You get hazard pay for that, Mike?
Yes, absolutely.
We'll all be back next one then.
Yeah, right.
I think we have everyone. Oh, Linda. Rod, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So there's two numbers at the bottom, which is fine for now, but if more people start signing up to speak, can you kind of keep track that those two phone numbers don't keep getting pushed down? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we're ready?
Council President, before you start, I'm going to be off camera for a little bit, if that's okay.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to advise all those present that notice of this meeting has been provided to the public in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, and that notice was published in the Jersey Journal and city website. Copies were provided in the Hoboken Reporter, the Record, the Newark Star Ledger, and also placed on the bulletin board in the lobby of City Hall. Written objections, if any, may be made to the city clerk. Please rise to salute the flag.
One nation, under God,
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jimmy,
Jimmy, are you there?
I'm here. I can't hear Jimmy though at all.
I just said, Jimmy, are you there?
Yes, you can hear it now?
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Mr. Cohen? Here. Mr. Fusco? Mr. Doyle?
Present.
Ms. Falco? Mrs. Falco?
Here.
Fisher?
Here.
Mrs. Jabbour?
Here.
Mr. Ramos?
Present.
Mr. Russo?
Here.
President Giantino?
Here.
Okay.
Just really quickly, items to be removed from the agenda. F1. Is F2 removed, Jason?
No.
I just saw another email that just came through. If I forget any, someone yell at me. CD4 and E4?
Correct.
Great, thank you. All right, we have 19 members of the public signed up to speak.
Can you make Rod the co-host?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Council President, did you want to discuss CL1 prior?
Oh, yeah, I did. Thank you for the reminder. Let me just do Rod really quick as the co-host, if I can find him. There he is. You know what? My only issue is now, I'm going to just leave it till after they speak. I don't want any members of the public feeling like they didn't get an opportunity to talk on it now that I'm thinking about it. So let's start. I liked the concept though.
Yeah, they have to have the public hearing, sure. It's advertised.
You talking to us, Jimmy?
Yes.
Michelle?
Hello. How are you?
Oh, you're coming off video though, sorry.
Okay.
But it was nice waving at you. Please just state your name for the
Was it
record.
advertised?
We're good, Jimmy. Please
Okay.
state your name for the record.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
you-
Rochelle Flynn.
All right, Rochelle, you have 5 minutes.
When do I get those 5 minutes?
Right now. You're the first.
Oh. Awesome. Thank you. You know what I'm coming on about then, right?
Absolutely, I do.
This lovely proposed ordinance for the face mask fine. Okay, so here we go. I see a number of problems with the proposed ordinance. First, there is the matter of redundancy. Why is Hoboken adding on to the state mandate? Mayor Bala declared weeks ago that there were no longer any critical COVID cases in Hoboken. So what is the point of duplicating the governor's order other than imposing a fine that the city can add to its own coffers? Moreover, Bala also reminds us in his daily Nixle alerts that all new cases can be attributed to out-of-state travel or to indoor parties. But yet you are proposing to pursue those who failed to wear masks in this state outdoors. I fail to see the reasoning behind that. Second, the ordinance allows exemptions for health reasons, but executing those exemptions is problematic. The ordinance will force residents with medical concerns to disclose their private medical history in public to a stranger, and then that stranger will get to decide if their reason is worthy of the exemption. Surely you all can infer the potential issues with that. One of many is the enormous space left for personal bias to play a role in these discretionary decisions made on the fly. Perhaps the enforcer thinks overweight people are at fault for their medical conditions, so they should definitely get a ticket. Perhaps the enforcer has an issue with people of color or a particular nationality or religion. Perhaps there exists a personal grudge. Perhaps the enforcer decides no fine should be given because the woman without the mask is attractive, or she cries or flirts or whatever. Or the man without the mask lives in an expensive building, and the ticket giver infers something from that. Or his kid is in your kid's class, so no ticket will be written. All are real possibilities, opening the city to discrimination lawsuits. A third point, which is terrifying, is the opportunity for fraud or worse. If a police officer in uniform approaches me, odds are that he is who he says he is. If a man approaches me and says, I am from the COVID task force, how do I know that he is authorized to take my personal information, including my address, in order to issue me the citation? He could be an opportunistic criminal. Has anyone thought about that? Fourth, the proposed ordinance states that it is imperative that the city of Hoboken ensure that residents continue to take all practical steps. Let me tell you, it is not the mandate of the city of Hoboken to dictate behavior. This is not 1984. If consenting adults choose to go maskless and talk to one another, it is not up to Robbie or city council to stop them. That sort of tyrannical behavior encourages more meetings indoors and also really irritates your electorate. Fifth, I live next door to a restaurant that now offers outdoor seating on the sidewalk. So throwing out the garbage could put me within 6 feet of someone else, including someone who is not wearing a mask because they are eating. Will you be enforcing what I wear on my own property? If so, I take back my former claim. This is 1984. Lastly, and most importantly, 20% of Americans are out of work. You are out of touch if you think that Hoboken residents haven't been affected too. So I ask, how dare you, our representatives elected to act on our collective behalf, fine us for any reason, let alone for exercising a human right to breathe fresh air? I realize there are people in our community advocating for this, tattling on their neighbors for breaking the rules. Some would have turned in Anne Frank given the opportunity. But I choose to believe that most grown-ups are capable of living around others over whom they have no control. If you keep pushing for a bigger, more controlling government, you are going to push property taxpayers like myself right out of town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rochelle. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Is this our Jessica? Jessica?
She appears to be muted.
Jessica?
Hi, hello, yes. Am I on the meeting?
I'm sorry?
I guess I'm on the meeting, finally.
Yes, you're in the meeting. You're the second person to speak. Could you just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm Jessica Coco. I live at 320 Jackson Street.
All right, you have 5 minutes, Jessica. Thank you. Jessica?
Okay, yes, I mean, sure.
Speak
So,
on whatever you like.
Yes, I mean, Hoboken tax, yes, can you hear me? Gosh, this is
Yes,
terrible.
we
Hold
can
on.
hear you now.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's
So, I
okay.
mean, I'm aware that Hoboken's tax base is collapsing. Oh, this is terrible. I'm hearing an echo. Can you get someone else before me, and I'll try to call in through the phone?
Yeah, that's fine. We don't hear an echo here, though.
But the idea of enforcing fines,
Yeah, does she have the Facebook on?
Jessica, do you have Facebook on, or are you live streaming it?
okay, I'm sorry, there's something wrong here. Hold on, I don't know.
Jessica, do you have on Facebook, or are you live streaming?
Wait a minute. I wasn't able to live stream. I'm on Facebook. I must be on
Yeah, you
Facebook,
mute
right?
your Facebook, and then you won't have the echo.
Oh. Hello?
We're here.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. Somehow I must be on the other Zoom meeting. I don't know. Okay, I apologize. So as I was saying, the tax base I'm aware is collapsing, but instituting fines, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, so what's going to happen is people are not going to want to shop in Hoboken.
Did we lose you?
Not only that, I mean, how are we going to enforce it? Are we going to also create bad blood and, like, say, public housing? I mean, people here are not social distancing and they're not wearing the mask. Is that going to make the Hoboken? Ugh, this is terrible.
If it makes you feel any better, we can hear you fine. That was like the Wizard of Oz. All right. I'm gonna put her back in the waiting room. Thank you, Jessica.
Hello,
Good evening, Ms. Carvalho. How are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you and how's everyone?
Excellent.
That's
Can you
good.
state your own name for the record, though? And you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Eileen Carvalho. I live at 1 Marine View Plaza.
Thank you.
And I did not see what I'd like to speak about on the agenda. It is about the parking garage. So I guess I'm allowed to speak about that, am I?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes to speak on whatever you like.
Okay. So a number of the residents have come to ask me questions about the changes in Garage G. Most recently in the past couple of days, because there's been some talk. They haven't received anything officially about it, and I don't know anything, only what I read. And the reason I'm looking away is because I have some stuff on my phone. So we hear that it's possibly not going to be a monthly garage anymore. So I'm trying to find out if that is true. I'm going to just ask some questions. I don't know if you can answer me or not. So, or if somebody can get back to me with these answers at some point. We hear it's not going to be a monthly garage. We hear that everyone must pay by the porthole now, HHELPR, either by debit or credit card. And there will be a $3 service charge, which in the past, and I myself have been paying by debit card for years, and there's never been a service charge. So they'd like to know why now we have to pay a service charge. And they would like to know if it is not going to be a monthly garage anymore, if you are going to open it up to the public, is it going to be like some other garages? Or are you going to reserve like maybe levels 1, 2, and 3? Excuse me. Are you going to reserve like levels 1, 2, and 3 for monthly customers, and then the rest of the garage for dailies? How is that going to work if it is turning into a monthly?
Oh, sorry.
And then one other question. It did say in here, if you are a monthly, that you can add on other cars to your account, but only one car can be in at a time. Is there a fee to adding other cars onto your account? So I don't know if anybody can answer those questions right now.
Eileen, I will reach out to you separately with Director Sharp, and we will get all of your questions answered tomorrow. Does that work?
Yeah, and only because according to what is in here, it says that you have to start paying to the portal September 1.
We will, Director Sharp and I will give you a call tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, I'll touch base with you and we can set up a time to speak.
Okay, if you can call me on my cell phone, only because I have to go out in the morning.
Not a problem.
Okay, because like I said, nobody seems to know the answers to these questions, and people keep coming to me, and I say, I don't know, but I'll try and find out. And I just have one other question. Are you going to talk about the face mask tonight? Is that up for a vote, or is that?
Yeah, it's on for second reading.
Okay, so, and I'm just going to ask one question, and I don't know. Is it going to talk about joggers wearing face masks? Is that on there, in there, not in there?
No, it's not. It doesn't go specific to what type of person has to wear, what the person's activity is that they have to wear it. It's just to allow Hoboken to ticket people who are not socially distancing, and that's about it. I'm going with non-socially distancing.
Okay, thank you for your time, and like I said, any information you can get back to me so I can get it out to the residents here, because it's mostly the people in 1 and 2 and 333 that use Garage G. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time,
everyone.
Much appreciated. Good evening, Mark. Mark? No, connecting. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you?
Can you
I'm
please
very
just
well,
state your name
thanks.
for the record? Oh, thank you. Just state your name for the record and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Mark Policascio with Giordano, Halloran, and Cecil. That's all I have to say. I'm here to listen this evening.
Oh, actually, so if you just want to listen, you can go on Facebook, or if you log onto the city's website, there's a link to click on.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you? Sure.
Thank you.
Very well, thanks.
For the record? Oh, thank you. Just state your name for the record and you have 5 minutes. Could you imagine if everyone had to be on our screen? Hello, Mr. Osmond. Good evening, Mr. Osmond. Good evening, Mr. Osmond. Can you turn can you turn your Facebook? Yes, can you please turn off Facebook or mute it? So you don't have an echo?
Yep. Let me correct you. My name is not Osmond. My name. I'm a longtime resident. My name is Michael Marshalack. I live at 736 Garden Street.
Oh, your name comes up as Tim.
Yeah, that's incorrect. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Hold on. Bear with me for one moment. Thank you for being able to address the ongoing suppression of the people. Yeah, I want you guys to pay close attention. You know, fascism will not be tolerated here. We are tired of being oppressed. We, the people, demand to be left the fuck alone. You are suppressing the people, putting people in fear, subverting the mainstream media with mediated false reality of science with these fake hoaxes to control the minds of the people. No one died. No one cried. Hashtag film your hospital. I know you guys are stonewall, deaf muted. You're putting out these manipulated surveys stating you're feeling safe. You know, it's not about feelings. You know, your feelings does not trump the people's constitutional rights. Fire the city attorney. You know, if you don't feel safe, stay the fuck home.
Hey, I'm sorry. Wait, I put you on mute because you've cursed twice now. No cursing allowed on here. You got one more shot.
I'm not aware of a suppression of the right freedom of speech.
It's not freedom of speech. We do have that. You have to have proper decorum in our council rules. If you choose not to, then I'm sorry. I will have to remove it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't curse.
I wasn't aware of that. You know, if you recall the trials of Nuremberg in Nazi Germany, people were saying they were just taking orders. You know, when all this is unveiled, the police will be saying that. You guys will be saying that. You are the public servant. You work for the people, not a selective group of people. My family and I will not put on a face diaper out of fear. I will, if I have to, you know, I will accept every $250 threat of coercion and put a fear. You know, you've been terrorizing our children with fake school shootings, drills that is required in schools, unconstitutional orders that doesn't hold up. You know, mankind could put up all this bull. I can't curse.
No.
I don't know if it's a curse word. Putting my children in fear, detrimental to my children's health, along with wearing masks. You know, leave us alone, Karens. Stop controlling us. You know, we also have to address that you could wear these face diapers, you know, PPEs that are, you know, they've been litter across all over Hoboken, contamination hazard. You know, who's going to clean up these hazard waste along with these PPEs in the dump sites? You know, the bodies, you know, they're claiming bodies are piling up and we're tripping over bodies. You know, shut off these TVs. You know, once all this is unveiled, we the people are coming. You know, this is not a threat. Shut down the corporation of Hoboken. It's not. It's my body. Leave me alone. I didn't curse.
I know you caught it. That was good.
Get rid of this ordinance. That's my executive order. I'll be at your doorstep, you know, every day, contesting this. You know, we the people are waking up and aware of what's going on. You know, if this passes, I will never comply. There is a reason King George of England is no longer here, and George Floyd, you know, he appears to be a crisis actor for leftist communist. How I'm interpreting this asinine code, this appears to be formal declaration of war to suppress the voices of the people, to enforce false religious mask of scientism views of the people. No difference with Islam. You know, they're declaring this as World War III and World War Zero, and all the crisis actors, you know, character like David Hogg and played as a character as Adam Lanza. People should be researching 311. It's my time to talk up. You know, people worshiping sun god, Saturn worshiping. And to summarize, I have some time, so give me a moment. I want a brief summary. These muzzles, religious mask, test false positives. Nurses and doctors are dancing with free time on TikTok. The hospital's been empty. Go film your hospitals. Get out of your house. Businesses are being bankrupt. Fauci recorded saying masks are not necessary. Mask does not prevent viruses. Thank you. That is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. You too now.
Okay, hello.
Good evening, Eric. Can you
Good.
speak for the record?
Yeah, it's Kate. I'm here. Yeah, sorry, Jen. Yes, Eric Volpe. I have two other people with me, so
They can come on after you. You have 5 minutes, Eric. Can you hear me?
I'm getting an echo.
Oh. Do you have on Facebook or?
Turn off the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Jen.
Great.
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
Yeah. Wait a second. Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Wait a second.
Are you
Okay,
looking for not perfect?
hello.
It's perfect right now.
I keep hearing echoes back and forth, so I'm sorry. I was turning off everything I thought was echoing. You hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, this is this is another reason to end the lockdown. Once again, like I said in my last appearance, I understand you're very constrained just as a local city council. So, you know, I understand that. But I will say this is really brutal. The technical aspects of this are just awful. I got 2 computers. I had Facebook open both computers because I could see the video in one and the audio in the other. And yeah, and getting the Zoom up. I mean, this is just brutal. I actually had written, I'd started writing notes. And so this is just, I just want to say that before I even get on to what I was going to talk about. So I think I'm just getting settled down from that. But anyway, to get to the matter at hand, and like I said, also I have Dan and Mary here too, so they're going to be coming on right after me. So first of all, the matter at hand is the ordinance in question. I think most of the people have spoken about, which I will continue. I agree with some of what was said and disagree with other of it, but main thing I agree with, I'm against the ordinance. I'm against this obsession with face covering. First thing I want to do is to correct something. Last meeting I spoke to 9 days ago, I spoke my piece, and a councilman came on right after I spoke and contradicted what I said. It's okay to contradict what I said. He said, that's just Mr. Volpe's opinion. Well, yeah, that's my opinion, but, you know, it didn't come out of my rear end. I mean, it was, you know, as I cited sources, and I've sent emails to all city council members citing the sources and citing, you know, sources of very high credential about face masks. So I want to say that. I mean, now, hey, maybe they'll come on after again and start, you know, coming out with. So that, once again, my opinion is based, like I say, on sources. There's not 100% medical agreement on this by any stretch of the imagination. We had this outfit, America's Frontline Doctors, down in Washington, D.C., which represented about 600 doctors who drew up a white paper opposing the paradigm. The thing I sent included 22 world-renowned epidemiologists and virologists and medical experts disputing the paradigm. So don't, you know, I'd appreciate it if you don't say it's 100% agreement, a medical opinion. That is just false. And that includes with the issue of the masks. Like I said, my notes are a little sketchy here, so it's not gonna be as smooth as I wanted. But I'll say, you know, I did check out the New Jersey. I mean, that's one thing that was stated, that the state of New Jersey has a law on this already, which is one of the reasons to oppose it. I'm opposed to it regardless. But this so-called law is not a law. It's an executive order by the governor. I read the 8 pages of it. I didn't see any medical sourcing or basis cited. Now, it cited, you know, various health agencies of the government of New Jersey, and I suppose if I dug far enough, I might find something cited about masks. But once again, I've cited a bunch of studies too from the New England Journal of Medicine and the Journal of the American Medical Association and numerous others. I mean, what I sent was just the tip of the iceberg. So, you know, the science is by no means settled on this at all. I think it's also very important to note that this is for something that was happening in March and April. You know, we keep hearing about the increasing number of cases, but you know, this is, first of all, this whole corona crisis. And once again, like I said, I had the flu like for a couple of days myself back in March, and I know for a fact that people have gotten sick. I've got good authority. You know, I don't doubt that. You know, there was a bad virus going around. But, you know, it's August, for crying out loud. And here we are, people still wearing masks. The case numbers keep going up because they keep testing people. But it's not deaths that are going up. The case numbers go up and the deaths don't go up. And what is attributed to deaths are very dodgy. I mean, we had all sorts of stories in Florida about people with auto accidents and people with heart attacks being counted as coronavirus deaths. So, you know, if the case numbers keep going up and the death totals are very questionable, it means it's not nearly the threat that it was portrayed to be. So once again, why is everyone wearing a mask in August? I think it's very, I think it's difficult to imagine a crueler attack on the human family than the insidious prevention of person-to-person contact.
Eric, I'm giving you your 20-second warning.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I will say, and one other thing that's been said, a couple of people, I've heard people that, oh, well, I'm concerned because I have a relative who's in frail health and I'm doing it to protect them. And I kind of take exception to the notion that those of us who object to what's being given as this paradigm are some sort of heartless, SOBs who don't give a damn about older people. We all know people who are in frail health. We all know people who are elderly. We all are concerned about them. But this notion that we don't care about that, my mother was in very frail health 11 years ago before she passed away, and no one was wearing a mask, and I wasn't expecting her to wear a mask, and she died of cancer. But maybe it was a virus that was the final push. She was in bad health for a while before she died. Living fully in free care is a normal level of risk. In addition to assorted germs and parasites that are part of nature, there are lightning strikes, auto collisions, falling downstairs, and being victimized by criminals. I think we're being conned with a manufactured terror campaign, and I think it's time to put an end to it. And I think voting down this thing would be a good place to start. And I will conclude with that and hand it over to.
Thank you, Eric.
Hello?
Good evening, Mary. Can you just state your name for the record?
Certainly. Good evening. You can hear me all right?
Perfect.
Okay. Yes, Mary Andrakia, 159 9th Street. Okay. I'm here to protest a second reading of an ordinance stating overly extreme rules and strictures mandated for the town of Hoboken regarding the COVID-19 virus. After reading the ordinance in its entirety, I see that our mayor has aspirations of behaving like the East German Stasi police, who require that neighbor report on neighbor because the United States government of brainwashing, which resulted in fearful citizens of the United States, are not scientists, medical people, or virologists concerning the true facts of the novel coronavirus of which the common cold hails. The terms, quote, enforcement administrative employee, COVID-19 task force, enforcement officers, zoning and construction officials stated in the ordinance are Hoboken citizens who are delegated to tattletale on their fellow Hoboken neighbors. Complete fear has been orchestrated by our Governor Murphy and Mayor Bala and countless other clueless politicians in this country who bandy about the words, quote, in this is the science, unquote, but in reality, they are full of SHIT. If someone wants to wear a face covering, that is fine with me, and I will not tell them not to. If someone wants to avoid wearing a face covering, that is also fine with me. If someone is so scared for their so-called mortality, I hate to break it to everyone, but we all eventually die. And although only 29 people have lost their lives in Hoboken, and that number has remained at 29 for about 3 months now, then they can wear a mask or scarf, avoid people like the plague, or stay cloistered inside their homes. To pass this ordinance, which allows the ordinary citizen to become appointed officials who can report someone who does not have a face covering, reeks of the Stasi's tactics. I noticed that the zoning officer is listed as an official tattletaler in that ordinance, and since I can't stand that woman, what would prevent her from making up that I, who only wears masks inside shops, is not wearing a mask walking down the street? I may be walking all alone, no human nearby, or maybe at least 6 feet away, but she will report me to the authorities because I've been brutal and insulting her in the past. That's just only a scenario, of course. Will she photograph me against my will to get back at me? Will I be stalked? I am healthy and I must breathe pure oxygen, and I cannot breathe in straight carbon dioxide all the time, which happens when wearing a mask. Since I get migraines, I get headaches from the mask because I need fresh, unimpeded air. The fresh air dissipates any viruses, and it is the problem of being closed inside buildings with no airflow that allows any viruses in the air to proliferate. That explains the horrible deaths in those prison traps called nursing homes, where lazy children condemn their parents. Famously understaffed and undercared for nursing home deaths tallies was no surprise to me. Check out the flu season, and the elderly can drop like flies in nursing homes, yet no one is wearing face coverings in those places when that disease is present. Finally, I am sick and tired of the self-righteous people who believe their way is the right way without doing research regarding viruses and ordinary hygiene to see there are two sides to every story. If this ordinance passes, how will the out of work, furloughed people afford a $250 fine? Some people don't have enough to eat these days. I will tell you this, I will not be wearing a face covering when I walk outside. I will continue to only wear them inside an establishment and when I am around an elderly person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mary. Have a great
And here is Dan, the last one at our station.
Hello.
Good evening, Dan. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, my name is Daniel Thompson.
All right, Dan, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I strongly object to this ordinance, which requires that, quote, when it is not practicable for individuals in outdoor public space to socially distance and keep a 6-foot distance from others, all individuals shall wear face coverings, and also requires that, quote, any individual who is found guilty of a violation of this section shall be subject to a $250 fine, unquote. I object primarily because the ordinance specifies that, quote, this requirement shall not apply when wearing a face covering would inhibit that individual's health. Since, as I shall explain, the requirement for wearing a face covering during outdoor activities innately undermines that individual's health, there is no basis for the law in the first place, and its enforcement via imposed penalties of $250 for a violation would abuse the violator's legal rights, since there can be no violation given the health risks of the enforcement. The basis of this ordinance is to, quote, stop the coronavirus spread, a direction our country has taken based upon the mistaken notion that except for a vaccine which inhibits the coronavirus, which may take a long time to develop, there is no way to stop the dangerous health impact of the coronavirus infection except to stop or at best slow down the spread of the virus from individual to individual, which can only be accomplished by social distancing and by wearing a face covering to block the virus's flow to and from our nose and mouth. I've worked on understanding the conditions for the triggering of cancer based on the fact that, as discovered by Otto Warburg in the 1920s, cancer cells metabolize our basic energy source, glucose, using a different biochemical process, anaerobic glycolysis, than do our normal cells, which use oxidative phosphorylation, which requires oxygen. In late March, after discussing with Mary Andrejka which coronavirus infectees are most likely to have serious health consequences, including those who are elderly, infirmed, overweight, diabetic, or who partake of toxic practices such as smoking, I realized that this same set are those who develop cancer in response to a chronically high glucose environment. Further research revealed that many viruses do rely on anaerobic glycolysis for their metabolism of glucose and generation of energy, and may therefore require chronically high levels of glucose to proliferate. If my hypothesis is true that viruses, including the pandemic-inducing SARS-CoV-2 virus, use anaerobic glycolysis and rely on chronically high levels of glucose and can function with no oxygen, then we can control the viral proliferation by regulating the levels of glucose and oxygen in our bodies to inhibit anaerobic glycolysis. This can be done in 3 ways. 1, dietary restrictions of glucose and other simple carbohydrates. 2, increasing oxygen intake and bodily activity, which burns the glucose, reducing its concentration. For example, by walking, exercising, and breathing fresh air outdoors. And 3, avoiding cell-damaging toxins such as a cigarette smoke, which reduces cell death and thereby leaves more cells to consume the glucose. In contrast, walking around outside with nose and mouth covered by a face mask inhibits oxygen intake and forces us to breathe carbon dioxide instead. This is in general bad for our health, but particularly dangerous since it can trigger the proliferation of coronavirus, which is what we are trying to avoid. The idea of imposing a $250 fine for not wearing a face covering outdoors is not only increases our discomfort and adversely affects our health in general, it also can move our body away from healthy oxidative phosphorylation and induce virus proliferation by restricting our metabolism to anaerobic glycolysis. I am opposed to moving Hoboken citizens in a dangerous direction by forcing us to use masks outdoors and to imposing a huge $250 fine if we refuse.
Thank you, Dan. Your time's much appreciated.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
You too.
Good evening, Miss. Oh, you're on mute. Good evening, Miss Lockwood. Please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. So I'm Ann Lockwood. I'm at 1027 Garden Street here in Hoboken. And I'm calling regarding the mask ordinance. One question I have is what the enforcement of the ordinance would look like. I'm particularly interested in who the folks are who would be tasked with enforcing it. And is this something that our police department, our wonderful police department, would handle? Or are there other officials who would handle the enforcement?
I'm going to answer you really quickly. It's divvied up among members. The police force themselves won't be 2 Class 2 officers, will be, if it passes, 2 Class 2 officers, and then I believe it's like 12 people from City Hall from different departments.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So in other words, it would not be characterized as a criminal piece. It would be more like a ticket, or perhaps a warning and an offering of a face mask or something like that. Is that the concept, or is it? I'm just curious how it would be enforced, and what are the range of consequences for violating the ordinance?
I can't answer that. What I can say is you keep talking, and we'll talk about it when we speak on the ordinance. I'm writing down your questions.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Those are my questions. So
great. Thank you so much, Ms. Lockwood. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Yep. Uh-oh. Where did he go? Does anyone see? Oh, there.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. DeVito. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Thomas DeVito. I'm with Lyft and City Bike.
Oh, are you just here if we need you?
Yeah, I'm here with my colleague Laura Fox.
Perfect. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for now.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh. 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 All right, I'm putting this person in the waiting room.
Hello?
Good evening, Mr. Soares.
Hi, how are you?
Excellent.
I'm kind of wondering if we need a tinfoil hat ordinance tonight. Look, I want to say, as a person who is high risk because of my dwarfism and my age and other things, I take total umbrage at the disgusting comments that I've heard tonight, comparing the mask ordinance to Nazism. Can we please not compare wearing a paper mask to the death of millions of Jews and people of lesser means and disabilities in the 1940s? I mean, how disgusting of those three individuals who were just on. Shame on them. Shame on them. Their unintellectual stupidity. I mean, I wasn't even going to speak on that part tonight. But these are people that are also against the 5G ordinance. And that's why I'm calling tonight. The 5G ordinance, the 5G, I'm hearing that the city council and a committee, certain members of the committee don't want the 5G poles in their neighborhood. I have lived in this town for almost 30 years, and I am kind of sick and tired of certain people who live on Upper East Side of Hoboken and certain council members who think those neighborhoods matter more than the west side of Hoboken. We are in a situation where kids are homeschooled and kids don't have internet. And we're deciding that we don't want to look at a 5G pole. How racist of this city council to even consider the thing that they don't want a 5G pole by their $1 million condo. And I don't care who's running that committee, if it's Ms. Fisher or other members of the council, but I will say, if you want a war with me, and I'm not somebody to back down, you have one. 5G is technology that is needed by everyone in the city. The poles are not that ugly. And if you want to talk about ugly poles, go and take a look at what you did when you put in the 40-foot poles all the way up Madison Street, all the way up Monroe Street, all the way up Adams and Jackson. And they didn't put them on Hudson Street or near the T building or near the shipyard or near Maxwell Place, but they put them in my old neighborhood and they put them in other people's neighborhood, along with a generating station, a power station across from a future hotel, across from condos on Madison Street. I mean, everything is getting dumped on the west side of Hoboken, and it's time it really stops. It really is time it stops, and it's got to stop now. We've spent millions of dollars protecting certain neighborhoods, and we spend nothing, but we use the west side of Hoboken as the dumping ground. So Hoboken needs 5G. It's an FCC requirement. You better not try to stop it. Okay, the next thing is the tickets. If a person in Hoboken gets a parking ticket, this municipal government, this municipal court sends the tickets to the state of New Jersey and suspends people's driver's license. It's not happening in other towns. Now, I'll admit it happened to me during the pandemic. I got a thing. My license was suspended. I couldn't drive for a while. Now, I wasn't anyway. But this is the only city that's doing it so aggressively. I mean, we're already giving people and torturing them with tickets. We're now suspending driver's license. Imagine if you're somebody who can't afford the 45 or 65 or the increased ticket. You're then now suspending their driver's license in the pandemic. And then you're taking the right to go to work away. I mean, and then that's going to lead me to the next topic, towing of cars with handicap plates. Illegal. It's absolutely not legal. And this city is doing it. Mr. Sharp needs to tell his people, you do not tow a handicap parking spot, a car away, no matter if it's in the spot, not supposed to be in the spot or not. You don't take it to Jersey City and torture someone with a disability. The city council has to understand, and the government in this town have to understand, the Americans with Disability Act is a federal law. It's not a local zoning law about balconies on the back of the house or let's build a park or a jungle gym. This is about federal law, and it's about civil rights. Replace the word disability with any other minority group, and you guys would never touch it. So please tell Mr. Sharp and tell the municipal judge, which you do have control over, stop going and stop and suspending driver's license over a parking ticket. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's not done in any other city unless it's like years, not like 90 days. It's crazy. And it's not just because of me. I was able to pay the fine and I don't need to drive all the time. I was able to take Uber. But the point is, it's just, what do? You just make someone who can't afford a $65 ticket, you put them in a deeper hardship. And finally, I want to get back to development in this town with its sacred donut. I live in a building on Grand Street. I have a balcony and I have a green roof behind my house. I look at what this city council holds to be some sacred thing, this donut that does not matter to most people on the city council because they all live in buildings with added additions and multiple variances in the homes they live in. I look out at my neighbors who have complied with the donut. They had no variances. They have blacktop roofs, they have no balconies, and they have parking in their yard. I mean, there's nowhere for them to go during this pandemic. There's no outdoor space. There is nothing bad about a balcony. And the fact that the city council says, well, just make your building smaller. People want to stay in Hoboken. This town has 300 condominiums on the market. These are people who want to leave, that want to get out, that want to divest. We need to keep people here. And an extra 10 feet on the back of their house is not going to destroy someone's brownstone on 8th and Park. It's not going to matter on 12th and Washington. It's not going to matter at Hudson T or the Skyline or the Sky Club. It's 10 feet extra on a building that gives somebody a little outdoor space so they can enjoy this town and stay here. And it works too for people who some people can't afford to move into a house. And the same thing, whether it's, balconies should be on the affordable units too that we're building. So let's just stop with this idea that we've already stripped bay windows off the fronts of buildings, making a bunch of nondescript buildings in town. We have a zoning board that argues for 30 minutes over what sedum is versus a green roof. I mean, we're not looking at the bigger picture in this town. The town is failing. And when are people going to wake up? That's why we have a major, rateable problem. We need to start looking at bigger picture and stop picking on little things like roof decks and bay windows and start talking about what are we going to do to save this town over the next 20 years. Because again, $14 million is going to be $20 million next year and probably 25 the year after that. It's not going down because no one, you can have all the little playhouse workshops you have, but you've never cut the budget in any of them. And the budget's now in the city council's court, and the budget is in the finance committee chair's hands. It is not in the mayor's hands anymore. So whatever tax increase you have now, that's in the chairperson of the finance committee's purview. And we will look to you, whoever that is. I am coming for you if the taxes go up. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Good night.
Have a good night.
Council President, when's the best time to respond to some of the what I will say are inaccurate assertions that Mr. Soares, former Councilman Soares, made about the 5G poles? Basically nothing that he said about what our committee has talked about or determined or anything was correct. So I'd like a chance to respond to that. I can do it during the first reading if you want.
Yeah. You know what? We can do it right at the end of the public portion.
Thanks.
Thank you. First reading. Yeah. You know what?
Good evening.
9710. If you could just put your Facebook on mute.
Oh, yes, I will. And thank you. I'm not 9710. I'm Pat Raiders.
Well, it doesn't say a name, so I'm just using your phone number. But now all right, Pat, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Listen, and please do not distract me. I notice I'm timing everybody else with 7 or 8 minutes or more. Am I cracking up? Could you hear me?
I've been timing.
All right, wait, let me turn Facebook down. Let me turn. All right, is that better?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Pat Raiders, 1219 Willow. First, let me start with saying one thing. Mr. Suarez, you hit it right on the nose. Any kind of discriminatory practice, I don't want to hear another thing about German Nazi or nothing else. It's disgusting. Every time I say this to the city council, Tony, it's disrespectful to us too, because you need to see the look on their faces. And what do you notice? Lo and behold, Tiffany Fisher, right after you got finished speaking, was going to rebuttal and argue with you when we mentioned racism, even though yours was pertaining to the 5G poll. I did the same thing a couple of weeks ago, and mine was about the same handicap you talked about and about the Black Lives Matter movement. I told you guys years ago, talking about racial disparities and stuff is a very sensitive topic, but everybody's opinion has to be respected, because if we experiencing these things living in this skin, don't ever rebuttal against me and call it allegations. Okay, so when you just got finished speaking, Tony, there go the proof. The proof is in the pudding. Right away, she asked Jen, "When can I speak?" It's not your time to speak. This is called the public portion, and the public is already being disrespected with this whole COVID thing, because you're taking a serious situation like COVID and hiding behind it, not having a meeting, rigging the system. We can't get through on Zoom. I'm not being accepted on the meeting, and I'll go an hour in advance and hold for 20, 30, 45 minutes. So even with the whole COVID, people using it as a personal game, people hiding behind City Hall, talking about City Hall is closed, but you got a bar and a restaurant on every corner, billions of people eating in the streets is open, everything is open, but City Hall is not open. And it's not fair. That chambers is big enough for us to stay 6 feet apart and wear a mask and have the meetings right back in City Hall. Normally the meetings only have 5 or 6 of us anyway. So for the members of the public not to be able to express ourselves, we are being disrespected and ignored. With that being said, this is serious. I had an incident too with them still harassing me, and way before COVID, in February, my car was illegally towed. I did it respectfully. I came to all the council people and I asked you to take me very serious. Evidently, you didn't take me serious because Mr. Sharp feel like he could do whatever he wants and he's going to get away with it as long as he brings money into Ravi City. Mr. Sharp is very unethical, very unprofessional, and I told you before on the record, and I got witnesses. Mr. Sharp has been retaliating against me since February. My car broke down in the heat. I'm a senior citizen twice yesterday, and they took and put tickets on my car, threatened to tow my car, and I'm still being harassed during the COVID. You know why? Because no one made Mr. Sharp be held accountable for his actions. It's not fair. Mary, you said it too when you were speaking, how people will come at you and retaliate when you speak out against them or speak in reference to what they're doing that's wrong. I'm going to ask you again. I need you to look into this, and it's not allegations. Mr. Sharp should be held accountable. I don't care what kind of money he's bringing in for parking utility. I'm not going to live in this town, and I lived here longer than all of y'all. Over 60 years, I'm not going to be disrespected, I'm not going to be ignored, and I'm not going to have nobody harassing and retaliating me with a target on my back. Because I'm not stopped doing what I like doing best, holding you guys accountable for your incompetency. You all act incompetent. You don't want to do nothing, and now it's worse because everything is closed and we can't get in touch with the mayor. We can't get in touch with none of the council people. And remember, you serve us. You run for public office to serve us. Now, this COVID got all us going crazy, and you got the audacity to raise somebody's parking fees. You now want to impose a $250 mask fee. I mean, like, it's disgusting what you guys are doing. We're already going through enough hardship in order to go do this, and then everything is, oh, go online and contact us. Go online and contact us. But to have somebody control whether you could come in and out a meeting and have total control over accepting us in the Zoom meetings, accepting us on the telephone, it's not fair. You're playing very dirty games, and it's against the open sunshine meeting laws. So I think all 9 of you need to go revisit those laws, and people are getting too comfortable working at home. I'm looking at your face. I'm looking at your body language. I'm looking at your demeanor, making ugly faces, eating, chewing in our face, drinking, laughing, smiling. Be professional. You're on virtue, but still be professional. Now, I'm going to set up a table for real in front of City Hall, since I see all the other tables set up, and your mayor to close off the street so people could eat, skate, ride bikes. Somebody going to turn the corner on one of those corners where people sitting in the middle of the street eating, and you waiting for an accident to happen. And I hate to say it, but that's what's going to happen. So why the hell we can't section off the street, let's close off the street, and have the city council meeting in front of the city council, in front of City Hall? Did anybody ever think of that? Close off City Hall from First Street by CVS down and have chairs out there, and let's have the council meeting. Maybe if I bring beers and drinks and food, it'll be approved. Now I'm wrapping it up with this. I asked Ms. Fisher to get in touch with me with respect to the handicap. Those 3 ladies and the other 2 people that got their cards told, I mentioned it at the last meeting. I do know the ADA accommodation laws. I do know about handicap. I know about and I told you this before. There's no way that there haven't been no handicap meetings because I wasn't called. So if you mysteriously kick me off the handicap committee, that's another story. But I need a handicap meeting, I told you immediately. These people are calling me off the hook. They got applications that we don't have nowhere to submit. We go to City Hall, they're telling us City Hall is closed. So if City Hall closed, that means the mayor don't work, so he shouldn't be getting paid. Because he's not serving this community, he's not serving the residents. So Mayor Bauer should not be getting paid during the COVID. Do you want to see how quick he opened up City Hall? If y'all set a resolution for that? As long as City Hall closed, don't pay the mayor. I need someone to get in touch with me because the director from the parking utility is intentionally ignoring me, taking a known disregard to all my matters. Him and his unprofessional behavior, his unprofessional supervisor, Hector, they must be addressed. I'm telling you again, I don't know who's in charge of them. The acting business administrator, which is his buddy in his back pocket, Mr. Jason Freeman, take that friendship and put it aside and be a professional. Address the problem. If you're the acting administrator, you're getting paid by taxpayer money, the taxpayers count. Address your supervisors and your directors that got our livelihoods held in the palm of their hands.
Ms. Waiters, your time is up, and I gave you well over 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, too, Council President. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. I don't see. Oh, they're joining the meeting.
Hello? I can't hear you. Oh wait, there. Can you, wait.
Cheryl.
Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yeah, hello?
We can hear you, Cheryl.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I have, I think, 6 items to speak to this evening. And one of them isn't the masks, surprisingly. I'm going to start with the right-of-way ordinance, which is also, I guess, the 5G ordinance. I do want to put out there that I'm not actually concerned about aesthetics. I am concerned about 5G. However, in my reading of this, it looks like it's some sort of revenue generator of some sort. My concern is that you folks already have an ordinance on the books about it. It refers to the 5G towers as cell towers, just an earlier iteration that I think you may be now conflicting with to pass this, because we already have laws about the distance from residential houses or dwellings, I guess, in Hoboken. And I don't know why you would pass something that's actually going to conflict with something that already exists. I think normally you have to do some strike throughs and things like that. Now, quite frankly, I oppose 5G. I'm not particularly concerned about whether it takes me 30 seconds to download something or 60 seconds. And the radiation levels and things. I'm not gonna spout off about science, because a lot of things today have different science views on them. But there's also another component of that, which is that I'm concerned about, which would be how much we're being monitored, sort of a privacy issue. So I would ask somebody to look a little closer at where you might be conflicting with your own ordinance before you pass that and before I speak further to it. Item number 2, 800 Jackson Street. I think there's some kind of contract on there. This is something that after I'm off, somebody's going to need to answer. I don't know why we're considering paying for the affordable unit when I'm aware of a couple of years ago, the condo association bought that unit. So something seems not right here to me. And maybe you guys could correct me on this, but it went to sheriff's sale, and I believe the condo association bought it. You bought it, you paid for it. I mean, it's just kind of the norm. Third item, third and fourth item, you have you're about to declare 2 areas in need of redevelopment, which means you're about to release them from all controls in the city, and then take all of the control. Councilwoman Fisher, you look confused. That's what you do with a redevelopment zone. You release it from our zoning, and then the city council or the mayor negotiates a redevelopment. I guess it's the mayor, redevelopment negotiates the plan, and then you guys vote it up or down, presumably, hopefully with some input. I'm a little concerned that, again, we're like in Zoomville and we're in a Corona time, that the citizenry might have zero awareness of this. With regard to one of the 2 in particular, it's the area across the street from the train station.
That's been removed, Cheryl.
That's been removed. What about the Academy bus?
Academy bus is on there.
Okay. I don't have too much to say about this one. I think there was some sort of attempt at eminent domain. It fell through or something, or it's still in the courts or whatever. But I just think if you're going to like vote and say, redevelopment zone, it is sort of happening without anybody knowing it. So I would pause on that. Let's see, what else do I have here? The last thing. I think it's the last thing. And this actually gets to trying to cram 6 items, all of which I think were worthy of speaking about, into 5 minutes. On the agenda, I do understand there's a lot of technical issues with the fact that we've gone virtual and we're on Zoom. And I do understand Council President has actually tried to address some of these. And it seems like based on some of the limitations of Zoom, they can't be addressed. But I'm very, very concerned about the city council voting on something to take away the citizenry's ability to address you on multiple items like I've experienced tonight here. Like, it's like, okay, let me talk really fast and get this stuff out. I think that, and I'm not sure, I could be totally wrong, that as far as ordinances are concerned, it's almost like a state law. So to have to cram a couple ordinances in with resolutions, with public comments, and believe you me, I don't want to sit here for 24 minutes or 25 minutes at one time and talk about items. But somehow or other, the city council taking away somebody's ability to talk about multiple things on a packed agenda seems kind of like you guys are taking away the citizens' right to communicate with you. I know we can lobby you behind the scenes, but I will also tell you that a lot of times people don't read the council agenda, they don't watch or attend council meetings, and the way they find out about things going on is because somebody from the citizenry brought it up at a council meeting, and then it's covered in the press. And, you know, more awareness is better. The citizenry being involved is better. I just think you need to rethink this, whether you need to add some additional language about citizenry who has multiple ordinances, multiple items. You can't tell them they can't speak to you, because it's they didn't create an agenda with so many items on. Ironically, this may be the thing that I think is like the most critical right now. But I am going to conclude with, because now, you know, once I'm removed from the room, I can't say anything else. I really, really want to know what's going on with 800 Jack. Oh, there is one more thing, but it'll just take me a couple of seconds. We're going to put out another contract for an innovation center, somebody Kaufman. Well, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. It's just, again, until there's a budget, can we wait on these things, even if they're, you know, this is a little over $5,000, so it's not a lot. But I'm kind of leery about like throwing some money at some other big idea at a time like this. But again, I'll try to close. 800 Jackson Street. I'm very concerned. If we don't own it, why are we paying for it? Please, somebody, when I say thank you very much in 10 seconds, please don't forget to at least share if you know something I don't know. And I think that's everything. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Carol. Have a great night.
At a time like this. But again, I'll try to close. 800 Jackson Street. I'm very concerned. If we don't own it, why are we paying for it? Please, somebody, when I say thank you very much.
Oh, that's her still talking on Facebook. The echo was back on. Okay. Good evening, 0786.
Yes. Hi. I'm sorry. This is Jessica Coco.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I tried to get on the phone because I was awful. I kept hearing vibrations. I couldn't hear myself.
Great. All right. You have 5 minutes. We'll start from the beginning.
Okay. Certainly. Thank you. So, as I had brought up earlier, I'm aware that Hoboken's tax base is collapsing, but instituting fines is just a very short-sighted, because all it's going to do, it's going to alienate people from shopping, going to restaurants. This is bad for business. And we need to keep businesses open. I mean, the businesses provide a tax base, and in addition, they provide jobs, especially for marginalized people here in Hoboken. And then how are we going to enforce this law? How is that going to be done? I mean, are we going to have the police do it? How is that going to be done? Is the police going to be acting like a, how would I call it?
It won't be the police. There will be 2 Class 2 officers, but the police will be doing it.
It still doesn't matter. I mean, the point of the matter is it's going to make people not want to shop here. It's going to make people who live in town want to leave this city. Again, it's going to further erode the tax base. And there's no science for this. I mean, there's ample proof that wearing masks is unhealthy. I mean, even the N95 mask, which is not the bandana that people are wearing, but just the N95 mask, it allows anything that's 0.03 microns and below to enter, which means pollen and dust. So wearing a mask is not going to help anything when it comes to any kind of viruses. I mean, viruses can enter your skin. They enter through your clothing. Your face is exposed. Your whole body. I mean, and if it's the summertime, your body's exposed. I think that's mainly what I like to say about that. Oh, as well as the dangers, by the way, of the mask. I mean, there is scientific literature that talks about the fact that mold and bacteria accumulate on these masks. They're not meant to be worn for more than 15 minutes. And, we're becoming too panicked over a disease that has a 99.6% recovery rate. As to the 5G, speaking about 5G, since the 5G was turned on in Hoboken, to me, it's not an issue of aesthetics. It's an issue of health. We've had like an unbelievable amount of dogs dying, and even people. Suddenly, people have been going into cardiac arrests and strokes in my neighborhood. And this is a great concern. I mean, I had 2 dogs die who were in perfect health. This is just suddenly. And, I mean, it's something that we should be looking into, especially with children who are even more susceptible. So that's all I'd like to say for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Hello, Ms. Howard. Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing me. Presuming you can.
We can. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. I am calling about the mask ordinance. I want to start by saying that I am in favor of masks. I'm not going to quote any science because I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. To me, it makes common sense to wear masks. If for me alone, to protect myself, I wear a mask every time I exit my condo. Literally the door of my condo, because we require masks in the building. And when I walk the dog through the park, around the streets. And I just think it makes common sense to protect myself, because I sure as heck don't want to have spent the last 6 months protecting myself and then screw it up by doing something silly, by not being 6 feet away from people I don't know and not wearing masks. With that said, I do get annoyed to no end when I am out on the street and joggers and groups of people walk by me on the sidewalk where, unless you go into the street, you can't get 6 feet away and they don't have masks on. It does annoy me. And some mornings I'm more cranky than others. Some mornings I will say something to the people, and other mornings I will just, leave it be. But I'm just astonished by what I consider to be the selfishness and self-centeredness of people who don't wear them, because I don't think, despite all the science different people have cited this evening, I don't think anyone knows the long-term effects of this virus, period. So with that said, however, I don't think that this $250 fine it doesn't make sense to me, because I think it's going to be very difficult to enforce. I don't think it makes sense to have people who are not accustomed to dealing with the public and issuing citances, or what do you call it, with tickets. Let's just call it tickets. I just think it's going to cause fights and problems, and the ordinance just seems to have so many exceptions and gray areas that, in my opinion, it would be really difficult to enforce. And with that, the $250 seems extreme to me. There are, people who are hurting right now, and $250 is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. If there's going to be a penalty for not wearing a mask, I would prefer it to be community service, frankly. But still, I think the enforcement is going to be difficult. So, I'm just coming from a place where I would wish everybody could wear masks, and everybody would wear masks out of respect for each other, whether you believe it's a deterrent or not, out of respect for others who, are concerned about becoming ill or I wish would happen, but it's not going to happen. But I think the $250 fine is frankly insane. I think that's way too much money. And I'd rather see people who don't wear masks do community service where they pass out masks, like make them do what they don't want to do. And that's it. That's all.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated. Have a great evening.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Ms. Marazzo. There you are.
Hi, sorry, Council President. Good evening, everyone. I'm attending tonight on behalf of myself and my family, and my statements that I'm about to make represent our opinions only, and not any groups that I'm affiliated with in the city. I listened to the council meeting tonight, as I always do, and I'm just frankly taken aback by 4 of the speakers that I listened to that are my neighbors here in Hoboken, that are spewing facts, not in evidence, as we say at work. We are in the middle of a pandemic. This pandemic is unprecedented. It is not a case of a flu. It is not something to be taken lightly. And we live in a city where we have a shared culture and a shared belief. And never have I seen it more pronounced than the way that this council, the mayor, and so many hundreds of our residents have responded to help one another while we struggle through this period. And I think that history is going to have a lot to say about this pandemic. But when they look at Hoboken, they're going to point to us as a shining star of a city that pulled together to help each other. But we have to be a city that doesn't disavow the science. We have to be concerned for ourselves, for our families, for everyone, that we must take the precautions that are necessary to abide by what we know now. And it may not be what we know later, but what we know now to be the best evidence for keeping all of us safe. Now, many of you know I come from a place where I am probably in the absolute most vulnerable group that you could possibly imagine. If we had Maslow's pyramid of hierarchy, I'd be at the very tip hanging off with my fingernails. But I can tell you that I don't believe that the propensity of our neighbors want to act in a way that is disrespectful and harmful to others. What we need to remember is that this is a great city made up of great people who have done great things in the last 6 months to fight what has turned out to be one of the toughest villains that we have. And I don't mean Trump, I mean the pandemic. And so I think I don't know how people can stay silent when we listen to individuals say things that are clearly not in the mainstream realm of what needs to be done now and what needs to be done in the very short-term near future. And I would just ask everyone, the speakers that I disagree with, those that I do agree with, to spend some time doing what I did today, completely unrelated to tonight's meeting. And I spent a little bit of time today reflecting on our city and what has happened in response to this pandemic, and how I am so proud of each and every person who sits on this council, and of the mayor and of the people who work in the mayor's office and of the directors and of the hundreds of volunteers that have made a difference in this city. And I personally would never do anything to disrespect them. I'm going to follow the science, and I'm going to do what I can to keep all my neighbors safe and my family and myself safe. But I'm absolutely going to abide by the great Senator Daniel Monahan's moniker, that you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And if you want to have a discussion in a public forum, come armed with those facts, because there were speakers tonight who simply were not. And I, for one, am going to continue to behave in a manner that I hope is respectful and helpful. And I'm also going to reflect again tonight before I go to bed on this great city of Hoboken and how lucky I am that I get to live here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Have a great night. Hi, JT Live. Oh, good evening, James.
Good evening, Councilwoman Giatino. How are you?
Good. How are you today? Hi, JT Live. Oh, can you turn off your Facebook? Oh, good evening, James.
Good evening, Councilwoman Giatino. How are you?
Good. How are you today? Hi, JT. I way prefer not to hear myself.
I know, James. Come on. You know better. You have to turn that off.
Same here. Tony ended abruptly. Sorry. We're in the budget season because the budget still hasn't passed yet for 2020. And I just wanted to tell the council one of my views on the Shade Tree Commission budget for 2020. It's being cut from $50,000 down to $20,000. The deal is that the trees in town affect everyone in a positive way. It's our responsibility to take care of them. If the city's not going to choose to take care of them and wants to put the burden on the property owners, that's fine, but then they have to enforce the rules around it. All around town, there's empty tree pits that are cemented over, tree pits where there's extremely small trees that will never be a real street tree. And any tree that's planted in a city environment, most likely 7% of all the trees planted are gonna go from one way or the other because they just don't last that long. So we need a constant replenishment of street trees for the betterment of the quality of life of everyone here. So I would propose raising the budget for the Shade Tree Commission, not from the $15,000 that it is right now for planting trees, but more than that. It was $50,000 last year. We should have it at least $75,000. Time and again, a lot of the COVID costs are going to be separated. It's not going to affect this. If we're growing the city, if we're going to have world-class parks and a world-class waterfront, why not make this area that the city is also responsible for world-class? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great evening.
For world-class. Thank you.
Hello. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Franz Petzold, to Constitution Court. First of all, it's been a while, guys. I hope everyone's doing well in these difficult times. So please, I hope everyone's taking care of yourselves. Wow, I couldn't agree with Tony Tamarazzo more in terms of what she just said. I don't think I could have said it better myself, but I'd like to add a few thoughts here today. I'm someone who supports wearing masks. I think it's the right way to go. If you take a look at really what's happened recently, our Governor Murphy, was very firm on this issue. He came out with an executive order, and based on the circumstances, he said, look, we all need to wear masks. And he made that very clear. And his opinion is supported by the CDC and the NIOH in terms of the rationale and the reason for it. And we see that science is moving in that general direction. Sure, there's always going to be a different point of view, and other speakers today who I respect very well, pointed out some of those different points of view, quite well. But just overall, what we've learned is that masks do help to prevent the spread of the virus. And so I support people wearing masks. I think it's the right way to go. The reason for the call is I want to get right to the issue. On the one hand, we have an executive order from the governor telling us to wear masks. And on the other hand, we now have a proposed city council ordinance also, telling us to wear masks. And if we don't follow it, there are going to be repercussions. Here's the problem. My concern is that if you don't approve the ordinance, what kind of optics or what kind of message does this send out to the community? A lot of people within our town view you guys as our leaders, particularly folks who are a little bit younger. Are they going to walk around and think, well, heck, the city council didn't approve this ordinance, so why do I need to wear a mask? When our own council says, didn't even approve it, right? So I'm worried about the optics, and I guess my advice and just a thought that I'd like to leave you guys with. Look, if you're gonna vote for this, I think it's good. I think it's probably the right way to go. I don't see how it really contradicts much of what the governor has said. If you're going to vote against it, though, then please also send out a strong message to the rest of the community saying that even though the council voted against this, that we as a community still need to follow the governor's order, because that's very important. We need to continue to try to wear masks and to protect one another. And that's it. Again, thank you very much for your time. I hope everyone's doing well. And hopefully I'll be able to talk to all of you soon and see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care, Franz. Oop. Good evening, 6356.
Hey, this is Lorna. How are you guys?
Good, Lorna. How are you? Can you just state your last name for the record?
Sure, Lorna Courtney Martinez.
Thank you. All right,
Thank
Lorna.
you.
You have 5 minutes. We're all well. I'm speaking for everyone.
Great. Thank you, guys. I have a question in regards to the parking garage. We had talked about it and we went through all this a year ago, and thank you again for everyone what you did. But there's activity going on in this garage, and maybe it's me, so I'm coming out to council to ask. I have reached out to Ryan Sharp a few times again just to discuss what's going on with upgrades, and I never ever get a response. So I'm wondering, I see there's a daily machine activity going on in a monthly garage. So the tenants of this garage have asked if I could reach out and get a little more information. I know it wasn't on the agenda this evening, but I need some direction because I can't seem to get anybody from the parking authority to help me.
Eileen Caraballo called in with the same questions before, And
Yeah.
Director Freeman was going to get back to her tomorrow. I'll give him your number to get back to you as well.
I have it, Jen. I'll call.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, guys. I appreciate it. I thank you. Have a good evening.
You too, Lorna. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Good evening, Mr. Albin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
How are you? So thank you for doing this. I know it's tough times for everyone. I want to speak on the mask ordinance, and I can't believe I have to say this. Before I criticize it, I am fully in favor of wearing masks. I believe that it is our job to be doing what we can to protect those who are most vulnerable here. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that given how densely populated we are as a city, and that we are so close to ground zero in this country, we've done a pretty good job comparatively to other places. And we need to acknowledge that to a degree. You know, we have a very big young population. I'm part of it. We do not see us on MSNBC having big ragers out in the parks and everything. We are not what could be the worst situation right now. That being said, if we acknowledge that the goal here is not only to prevent the spread in this community, but to protect those who are most vulnerable to it. Simply coming up with a system where we advance straight to ticketing people, that's not going to do anything if someone already gets the virus. If I have an older relative in town and you tell me, well, you wrote someone the ticket that gave it to them, but they're in the hospital, I'm not going to care. The key is stopping the spread. So what are actually better things we could do? The signage is great, but, and I don't mean to single him out. I've just spoken to him already, my councilman, Phil, and I know that he's explained some intent to me. Hi, Phil, how are you? And he's explained some of his intent behind this ordinance. And I get that some of the intent is, well, if you give yourself the ability to find people, maybe people will start to take it more seriously. And I know he also said that that's, the last step, but the ordinance doesn't spell out what are the steps in between. And that's the real wishy-washy area, right? Because we're talking about, as the ordinance has it, zoning officials can hand out tickets. And let's just think of this for a moment. I'm guessing we're going to be patrolling the waterfront area higher. That's where we get most of our visitors. Our surrounding community, let's be frank, is much more minority-based than ours. And what happens when a zoning official walks up to them and hands them a citation? We can't guarantee that someone's going to do what we intend them to do in handing these out. So what's a better step? I don't understand why we can't, maybe before handing out tickets, have masks available at the waterfront, hand them out to people. The testing that the city is paying for when needed is great, but if we're going to go by science at this point, if once we remove the rapid test, the delays in getting test results back are going to last the asymptomatic infection time for most people anyway. So we're going to have to ask them to stay quarantined. So whether they get a yes or no, ideally, if they listen to what they're supposed to do and stay quarantined, the test doesn't matter that much beyond numbers and tracing. I mean, we can spend money on masks and hand them out to people. And it doesn't make sense to me why we wouldn't do that first. It seems like a really easy first step. And it's not just that it's an easy first step. I think we need to acknowledge that we're all in this together. And going to a first step, and I know that this is not what Phil said the intent is, but if it doesn't say it in the ordinance, no one can take it that it won't happen. Why not hand out masks first and ask someone, here you go. Why not have, whatever police officers we are asking to enforce this, or other people we're asking to enforce this, stand down and politely ask people to wear masks when they don't see them distancing. These all seem like really much more friendly, approachable ways. And, this has become clearly a very combative subject for this country, whether to wear a mask or not. I think our community, based on numbers, has done much better than other areas of this country. And we need to remember that. And there are ways we can do this in a quick to escalate manner. And I really do. I think some people have touched on it, and I don't really mean to get ridiculous here, but it's true. I walk my dog on the waterfront all the time. The people down there are not always Hoboken residents. And I've heard visitor rhetoric on some of these subjects on the mask ordinance. I heard it when the mayor didn't want to open our parks right away. And he said something around the lines of he was afraid of the visitors coming from neighboring areas to our parks. There's an optics issue. And we're going to have Hoboken people, you know, employees, zoning officials, non-law enforcement people, essentially, handing out citations to people of color or minorities that may not even be aware that we have this in place. And, you know, you can tell me all you want that that would be a last step, and we'll ask people ahead of time. But how do you know that doesn't escalate? Not all zoning officials are trained to deal with those situations. So I think there are better ways to do this. And I think it's real important to remember at the end of the day, it is not, if you find someone, that's not going to help the person they infected. So there's no excuse to me at this point why, if you really want to do something, the primary step is not handing out masks, making them available to people. And on a real quick note, and I'll let you go, obviously you have to act within the confines of the governor's executive order. But I've mentioned this to Phil before, and Duke University Medical came out with a study a week or two ago, if any of you saw it. This is not Trump's crazy Twitter doctor. This is a real study. But not all face coverings are equal, and bandanas don't do anything. They're a false sense of security to people. The fleece pull-ups they're talking about people are wearing actually disintegrate the particles in a more dangerous way than walking around without anything. So I know that you guys can't change what the definition of a face covering is, but there's no reason we can't be handing out masks that work to people down there, and, you know, trying to educate maybe people that are down there. There's better steps to this, because handing out a ticket creates a confrontational division between the people and the city. And that's not what we need. We need to actually be working together. So on that note, I would just ask that the intent is right. I support something down the line, but we need steps before we even get to this, and there's ways to do that. Thank you for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated. Emily's coming in.
The look on Councilwoman Jabor's face when you said that was priceless.
Good evening, Emily.
Here.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, excellent. I'm Emily Ashbolt. I'm calling from 509 Monroe Avenue, Monroe.
Emily, you're just a little bit hard to hear.
Yeah, my
Oh, that's so much
audio
better.
is pretty bad. I'll try and just yell. But is that any better?
Yeah, much better.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm Emily Ashbolt. I'm calling from 509 Monroe. I'll keep this quick because I know you've probably got a lot of people to get through tonight. Calling about the mask ordinance, in agreement with most of the things that Franz and Tony and Joshua already said. I think that wearing masks is absolutely essential, but I don't think the fining people, especially the level that the fine is at, is an efficient way to go about enforcing the rules, unfortunately. And I wish I had a better suggestion for what we could do instead. But that's just my 2 cents on it. I also want to express my appreciation for the members of the council. You are all incredibly patient, long-suffering people. And listening to this meeting tonight has reminded me of an episode of Parks and Rec. I'm pretty new to local government, so I'm really grateful to you and everything that you're doing for us as constituents.
Thank you so much, Emily. Much appreciated. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, Ms. DiLorenzo. It feels like morning.
Hi, Jen. I didn't know I was going to speak. I thought I couldn't get on, so I'm going to have to just wing it here. But I would like to read something to the people that are claiming tinfoil hat. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I actually only delve in facts. I've been a personal trainer for about 20 years, and I've studied health and nutrition. And I've unfortunately been the victim of quite a few pharmaceutical drug interventions, which has caused me to really go into intense study about health. I also signed the death certificates for the city of Hoboken. And the one thing I will say to that is many of them were marked possible or presumed COVID and were counted as COVID. And that is a fact. And even at the highest point in any death we've had, which is death rate in 2009, we only had 100 more deaths. And that includes all deaths in Hoboken that came out of St. Mary's, Humsey, not just people that lived in Hoboken. Okay, here I'm going to read this now. Harmful effects of rebreathing carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a gas the body naturally produces as waste. We breathe in oxygen to fuel organs and tissues, and the end product is CO2. The balance between these two gases is required for a healthy body. However, when we rebreathe CO2, it can have a harmful and sometimes dangerous effect on the body. When CO2 levels are elevated in the body, it is known as hypercapnia. Hypercapnia can occur for a number of reasons, one of which is rebreathing our own exhaled CO2. Rebreathing CO2 can lead to increased blood pressure, headaches, muscle twitches, rapid heart rate, chest pain, confusion, and fatigue. In extreme cases, if left untreated, hypercapnia can lead to organ damage and even have long-standing effects on the brain. The research has found that the mask reduced the blood oxygen levels significantly. The longer the duration of wearing the mask, the steeper the blood oxygen levels decrease was. While one may ask, why does this matter? The importance from these points is that decreased oxygen levels are commonly associated with an immunity impairment. Research has illustrated that hypoxia increased the level of a compound called hypoxia-inducible factor, HIF1, which inhibits central viral fighting immune cells called CD T4 lymphocyte. This effect sets the perfect stage for contracting any infection, including COVID-19, and can make the consequences of the disease much more severe. The bottom line is one's mask can put them at a risk of infection, and if so, have a much worse outcome. So those are some of the facts. And I can probably go on and on and on about the facts. The viral death rate, the virility of this virus is not extreme. Maybe the contagiousness of it is, but it has a cure rate of like 99.9%. The problem with what's going on is nobody is speaking about supporting the immune system. Everyone that knows about health, which I most certainly do, knows that the immune system, it does not come from the outside in, it comes from the inside out. And so all these people saying, you have to wear your mask to protect me and I wear mine to protect you. Well, you don't belong to me and I don't belong to you. God gave us all these bodies and we have governance over our bodies, and it is our job to support our immune system. To all the people that pointing the fingers, well, in Jesus' words, like he who is without sin cast the first stone. So everybody needs to take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask themselves, are you living a healthy life? How much alcohol are you drinking a week? How much alcohol are you drinking a day? How much cigarettes are you smoking? How much vaping are you doing? How much chemically laden weed are you smoking? I mean, I don't care about if it's organic weed, but nonetheless, how much GMOs are you eating? How much high fructose corn syrup? How much hydrogenated oils or rancid oils or aspartame? If people knew what aspartame was and what it does to your body, it's actually an excitotoxin. But people open those little packets of sugar. Okay, what about the pharmaceutical drugs? How many people are on high cholesterol, high blood pressure, high diabetes? Do people even know what cholesterol does in the body? Anybody? No. Well, let me enlighten people. Cholesterol synthesizes your hormones. It synthesizes estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, pregnenolone, and others. And without it, you would not live a vital, healthy life. But who tells you that cholesterol is bad for you? The pharmaceutical companies. Who sets the ranges? The pharmaceutical companies. And then who provides the drugs? The pharmaceutical companies. Do you know that the CDC is a private organization? It's listed on Dun & Bradstreet. Now you cannot tell me that there is no conflict of interest with the pharmaceutical companies and the FDA making these laws and rules and regulations. There's so many chemicals and toxins. Look in your closets. There's words you can't even pronounce. And yet you're eating those chemicals. Have a drink of that chlorinated water. Put a glass of water to your nose and see how it smells of chlorine. Go buy a Berkey filter and look at the back of all the chemicals that it filters out. That's what you're drinking. And bathing in it, by the way, which your skin is the biggest organ on your body. So for all the people out there telling me I need to protect their health by wearing a mask, well, you make sure you are 100% protecting your health before you point your finger at anyone. And we live in a republic. This is not a democracy. Whatever the majority is, the minority still has a voice. And I have the right to choose what to do with my health. I could go to New York and get an abortion at 24 weeks and kill my baby. But God forbid I choose not to wear a mask. And let's talk about the trampling of our Fourth Amendment right. We have the Fourth Amendment right to move freely, but every day of our lives and not be looking over our shoulder. What are we going into, a police surveillance state? This is where we're headed. This is a very dark place. And I'm sorry for all the people that don't have good health, but I could tell you that my brother was diagnosed at 35 with stage 4 cancer. His heart moved under his arm. His esophagus twisted. He was so 100 pounds he lost in 2 months from chemotherapy. He lived for 4 years because he stopped taking pharmaceutical drugs. But did he ever wear a mask? No. Did I ever wear a mask? No. He still went outside. He never got a virus. Immunity comes from within. It is not from without. And if you want to listen to what people are saying is tinfoil hat fake science, it's because you are being fear-porned into believing that you are going to die. What are you going to walk around every corner thinking that some virus is going to get you? Then you're not living your life. Look, we have 3-year-olds wearing a mask. If I took my little kid into a park 6 months ago and he had a mask on, mothers would be looking at me like I was insane. Some of them would want to call Child Protective Services. Do we have long-term studies on the effects of a mask, a child wearing a mask when their brains aren't even developed till 21? No. You know why? Because in history, we never did it. Now, if the mayor wants to be a trailblazer and all you council people want to be a trailblazer, why don't you start talking about the health, the positive effects we could do? We need our gyms open. We need to be able to get fresh air. And we need to have sunshine. And the thing we need more than anything is connection between each other.
Lorenzo, I'm so sorry, but your time's up. Could you just wrap up your statement?
Yes. So this is what I want to say. So obviously I'm not in support of this. And I really hope that people start to look at the science and not the fear porn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. We have no members of the public signed up to speak. Motion to close public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Council President?
Yes.
So if I could just really quickly, just because
Can you not say names? Can you just say 5G? Thank you.
Yep. Just on the 5G topic. So we are going to have a first reading a little later tonight. 5G has come before the Finance and Infrastructure Subcommittee multiple times over the last couple of years. We've approved, approximately 70-ish additional 5G poles for Verizon. And a group of us, led by myself, actually went and inspected every single one of the sites to make sure that they were in the best possible locations within the blocks. We were told by council at the time, our outside counsel at the time, that we didn't have the authority to stop them from installing them, but we could potentially direct them to certain locations, etc. So since then, what came out of the Verizon exercise was putting together a draft ordinance, a right-of-way ordinance that effectively kind of puts parameters within the city on where 5G poles can go. Within that conversation that we had, no one said that they shouldn't go on certain blocks. No one said that they shouldn't go on the northeast corner. No one said that they should go, in the west at all. As a matter of fact, the discussion was less about whether or not we support 5G and more whether or not we support, 30 different companies coming in and every single one of them having the right to put poles, whatever kind of poles, 5G, 6G, whatever it is, wherever they want on every one of our blocks. So the point of this ordinance was really to put parameters in place that would allow us to restrict the number of poles on blocks to try and figure out a way to get to require co-location wherever possible, or to consider co-location on poles, so that we don't end up 3, 5, 10, 20 years from now having 30 different new telephone poles on every single block. So there was no favoritism. There was no, I don't want this on my block at all. And so wherever that information, whoever provided that information to the speaker was not factual. And we actually had 2 lawyers from McManaman and Scott on the call that would corroborate all that.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Where are we, Jimmy?
We have 2 presentations.
All right. Whew. Oh, goodness.
Council President, I would recommend having Director Sharp and Lyft as their.
Oh, let me let them in.
Yeah,
do you want to do this resolution first?
Oh, the 5-minute?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Resolution amending the rules and procedures of the City Council of the City of Hoboken to address time for public comments during virtual meetings.
Just so you all know, it limits everyone to 5 minutes, only during virtual meetings. Any questions?
Yes, Council President. Is the virtual meeting part of it? I'm just questioning. This is
If you wanted to say during the pandemic or during whatever the proper term is, I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm imagining maybe virtual meetings will become more common, and so to the point of at least one of the speakers, I think if we expand the use of virtual meetings beyond these extraordinary circumstances, I don't know that I would.
Do you want to just say during the state of emergency?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mr. Farina?
Council President?
Yes.
Yes.
Just one question. So is the impact of this change reducing the time? For instance, if someone wanted to speak on multiple topics, they would only be able to speak for a total of 5 minutes as opposed to 7, which is in the current.
Well, actually, since we've been doing online, everything that's been going out has said you have a total of 5 minutes on it. But our rules say 7.
Right.
So just to be consistent with what we've been doing.
Correct.
But the goal here is to change our practice, which has been to grant people 7 minutes to speak on multiple topics to 5 as long as we're in the state of emergency.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Mrs. Falco? Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Giantino?
Yes.
Okay, we got a presentation for Lift City Bike regarding bike sharing system with Hoboken and Jersey City.
So, good evening, Council. How are you all doing tonight?
Great.
Good to hear.
I don't see you anywhere.
Correct, you have 5 minutes.
I want 7.
3, I'm sure.
Are you sharing something on screen?
So I'm very briefly going to kind of introduce kind of how we got to this point today, 2 minutes tops, and then I'm going to pass it over to the Lyft team to share their screen for the presentation. Okay. So before I introduce the Lyft team, just kind of very briefly, Hoboken's current bike share program, Hudson Bike Share, is now in year 5 of its 5-year contract. That contract expires on October 9th of this year. So way back in January, the Department of Transportation and Parking started the process to essentially vet and begin procurement of the next generation of bike share in Hoboken. That began with an RFI process, request for information for shared mobility providers. The point of that RFI back in January was to generate interest in possible providers operating in Hoboken, and also get an update on best industry practices and what each vendor that provides bike share services or scooter share services or even car share services, any kind of shared mobility service, what has changed in terms of what they offer, if anything, as the industry has changed kind of dramatically over the last couple of years. We wanted to make sure that we had our finger on the pulse of where the industry was as a whole. We received about a dozen proposals back in February. In early March, the Transportation and Parking Subcommittee and the Department of Transportation and Parking, and actually the City of Jersey City, coordinated interviews with many of the respondents. It's actually hard to believe now that we were all having these meetings in person back in March, looking back on it. But we did, and it was a very helpful process, getting additional information in person from these respondents. And that led to, in May, Hoboken and Jersey City kind of deciding that they were going to partner together on a shared bike share program or joint bike share program. That made sense for a lot of reasons. Expanding the geography of Hoboken's bike share program opens up the doors for improving access to employment opportunities in Jersey City as well, and then having that two-way street into Hoboken. Also, it's really important, I think, in 2020 as we go through the pandemic, increasing the kind of two-way traffic for people being able to patronize our local businesses, both in Jersey City and Hoboken. Also, just being able to extend our mobility and be able to, in a socially distant way, go visit friends and family or exercise, right? So if you don't feel safe getting back on public transportation right now, you could always rent a bike and go back and forth between the two communities. In June, we went out to, we went before council and received authorization to use competitive contracting, which is necessary to advertise the kind of RFP we need to procure bike share services. That includes an advertising component. The RFP jointly went out between Jersey City and Hoboken near the end of June. In late July, there were 2 responses that came back, one from Lyft, which is the owner of City Bike, and one from another company called Veo Ride. In early August, there were selection committees from both cities that scored and ranked the 2 proposals, and the Lyft proposal was deemed to be the most qualified of the 2 to provide bike share services in Hoboken and Jersey City. And lastly, a week ago on August 12th, the Jersey City City Council approved the contract with Lyft that is now on the agenda tonight in Hoboken. So with that said, we have 2 representatives from Lyft here tonight to do a very brief presentation to show some highlights of their proposal and get into some more specific details about the program itself as it's proposed for Hoboken and Jersey City. So I'm going to pass it off to Laura Fox from Lyft.
Great. Hey, nice to meet everyone. And Ryan, thanks for the introduction. I'm Laura Fox. I'm the general manager for City Bike, both in Jersey City as well as New York City. And I have with me my colleague, Tom DeVito. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, Tom DeVito. My camera is not working right now, apparently, but I'm the East Coast policy manager. So cover East Coast cities for Lyft on the policy side, including Jersey City and New York City and soon Hoboken.
Yeah, so we're really excited to be here today. We'll go through a quick presentation, just sharing, a couple key elements of the program. will share this if everyone can see my screen.
Oh.
And for agenda, we'll just go through a quick overview of City Bike, a little bit of couple details related to the launch plan. And then there's 4 topics that we thought could be helpful to kind of pull out, but happy to go wherever, questions arise, talking about our pedal assist electric bikes, rider safety, pricing and memberships, and then a couple of innovative things that we think are pretty unique about the program that we have. So I'll just dive in, but of course, feel free to interrupt me at any point. So a little bit about who we are. Lyft is the largest multimodal provider in North America, and City Bike is the largest bike share provider in North America. But Lyft also owns and operates Divvy Bikes, which is based in Chicago, Bay Wheels in San Francisco, Blue Bikes Boston, Capital Bike Share DC, Nice Ride Minneapolis, Kogo in Columbus, Bike Town in Portland, and then also operates about 10 scooter markets. So micromobility is our business and our love. So excited to talk about that today. And City Bike has nearly 1,100 stations across New York City and Jersey City. Currently, there's about 51 stations in Jersey City, and we have a fully interoperable program. So that means that if you take, if you're a member in Jersey City, in the future Hoboken in New York City, then you can rent a bike, in either of those 3 cities with the same membership product. And we see with those who are members in Jersey City today that that's about 70% of people in Jersey City who take advantage of being able to ride in New York City as well. A key difference that we thought would be helpful to call out that is different about City Bike than Jersey Bikes is that City Bike is a 100% dock system. So rather than being what we would call a hybrid system where you can either place your bike in a dock or you can place it, and lock it and do a lock to another piece of property. These are meant to be docked, which, a lot of advantages of docks that we could have a whole another 10-minute conversation about, in terms of orderliness, in terms of things not getting on sidewalks, in terms of being able to identify where bikes need to go, all of that. So that's a little bit of history, and thought that we could go into the launch plan for Hoboken and then do a pause before getting into some of the deeper topics. So I think as Ryan introduced and as we're excited about is just to continue to strengthen this great regional system. So, today it's Jersey City, New York City, adding Hoboken, and with the addition of Hoboken, not only will there be kind of interoperability as you've had in Jersey City before of going, from your home to the path, from the path to, a job location if it's in New York City, but also being able to go between Hoboken and Jersey City, Hoboken as we think about jobs access, getting people around in a socially distant way, as Ryan mentioned. So I think that's all really exciting. And I think the goal overall is to get to a New Jersey footprint of about 95 stations and 800 to 1,000 bikes. It'll be 1,000 bikes if it's at the 95 station point. And as part of that, one of the things that we're really excited to roll out as an enabler of mobility, micromobility, are electric bikes, and have those be about 40% of the fleet. And we have a couple slides on that, so happy to go in much greater detail on that later. And as part of the launch plan, the launch is planned in essentially 2 phases. First is, quickly after the contract is signed with inventory that we have on hand to make sure that we can kind of deploy quickly about 15 different stations within Hoboken to make sure that there aren't service disruptions with your current provider. And then we'll continue with additional, with the additional full expansion of Hoboken, which is about 29 stations in late Q1, early Q2 next year as we get additional equipment in. All of that will just kind of be dependent on when, a final contract gets signed, because the equipment takes about 5 months. So that's a little bit of background. If there aren't immediate questions, I can do a little bit on some of the bikes.
Your goal is ultimately to have over 300 electric bikes. Did I read that correctly?
Yep, read that correctly.
But not in Hoboken, 300 across the whole system. So 300 Right. So 300 is 40% of 800.
Yeah.
So that's between Jersey City and Hoboken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And assuming that we get to 95 stations, which would be the goal, or even more, like that 40% would be essentially, the number of bikes, 320 is off of the 800. If it goes to 1,000 bikes, then it'd be closer to 400.
And just to be clear too, they wouldn't all roll out at once. There would be phasing in.
Yeah.
The 300 is specific to Hoboken. That's what you said, correct, Council President?
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, 300 is specific to Hoboken, not combined with Jersey City. 800 total.
No, 300. It's 300 bikes total, but it says on the same slide 320 e-bikes, but the 320 e-bikes is like our 40%. In theory, it's 40%. Sorry, of the 800 total bikes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. You could look at it as being 40%, of Hoboken, 40% is 120.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
I know that there's some kind of bikes, I don't know if they're in the city or Lyft system. I think they're called recombinant bikes that allow handicapped people to use them. Is that something that city or Lyft have in their fleet?
The recumbent bikes, we've done a series of pilots with recumbent bikes. And I think some interesting data has come back, I think just exploring what that looks like, talking to ADA advocates and others. Essentially, bringing recumbent bikes into a standard kind of bike share system doesn't really work in that, the docking technology, making sure that they're balanced, where folks need them to be. And based on kind of surveys and more in-depth kind of user research, research on recumbent bikes has found that, those who want to use them usually want to use them in more leisure-based areas rather than taking them kind of in the roadbed or on the street with traffic. And so I think that programs that have recumbent bikes that have been successful, examples are Portland, Oregon has a successful program run through like a foundation called Care Foundation. It's called Care Bikes. And then I think Madison, Wisconsin is another one. I'd have to look. There's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So there's a couple cities that do provide them, but they're usually done through kind of a separate entity that provides kind of programmatic resources, focuses a little bit more on leisure areas, and is usually more of a foundation.
It sounds like the answer is no, they're not in the Lyft fleet. They're not.
That's correct. Yeah, we've done pilots with them. We've looked at like what that would look like, kind of collected research with NYU, but just haven't found that would be a good fit within the bike share system. But are excited, to partner with nonprofits and foundations who are really looking to build out those programs.
Okay. And one other question with respect to the 18-mile-an-hour limit on the electronic bikes, how does that work?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So each under the bicycle basket, we have what's called a motor controller, and that motor controller is part of proprietary technology of a company called Ecotech, where we set a speed limit at 18 miles per hour. And so essentially whenever the speed of the bike starts to near that speed, it immediately starts to power the motor down and less. So you can continue kind of, in a pure pedal power way, moving the bike with your own kind of human power, but the motor itself won't be triggered.
Thank you.
Ironically, Ojo was something that I got a lot of feedback from handicapped or disabled residents that that was a great way for them to get around town.
Yeah, I've heard the same related to seated scooters, that, it's as a form factor, both, those with disabilities or even people who, feel like standing up and, kind of jolting a little bit as you do on the standing scooters, that the seated kind of profile is something really attractive. Yeah, so I'm happy to continue going to, if there's topics or if there's more questions on e-bikes, we can go through technical specifications. One thing I do want to make clear is that these e-bikes aren't throttle bikes. I think that, a lot of people hear e-bike and they're just like, oh, is that what, someone's sitting on and not pedaling and going much faster than 18 miles per hour? These are pedal assist bikes, so they truly require someone to be pedaling in order to actually see propulsion. And as we just discussed, only goes up to 18 miles per hour. We've been operating these same pedal assist e-bikes in New York City since February. So they have road experience, and in New York, we've been doing the strategy that, Tom kind of noted earlier, which is, introducing, some quantity of them to the street and then gradually kind of ramping up the total fleet. And so we would plan to do the same thing in terms of phasing them in. So with the, first phase happening in the fall, introducing some and then introducing more in the spring. And I think, e-bikes have a lot of really kind of interesting benefits to them. I think, in particular, giving new riders, an easier, less strenuous experience. We constantly are looking at reasons why people bike and don't bike and what some of those drivers are. And quite frankly, the thing, there's a couple things that come up. One, I don't feel safe, but love protected infrastructure. So like that's number one. But number two is just like, it's pretty strenuous. Like I show up sweaty to work when we're going into offices. And just that the idea of having something like an e-bike to be able to go bridges, hills without breaking a sweat is something really appealing, both for people who are standard cyclists, but also for people who are trying it for the first time. Something also that we've been really excited to see is, the belief is that e-bikes can allow for much longer trips. And so you can see people kind of truly using them to replace, another mode in their travel experience. So maybe someone might have driven to a job from Hoboken to Jersey City in the past. Now they might be likely to take an e-bike. And so we see that e-bikes have trip lengths that are 50 to 100% longer than classic trips. So I think that's really exciting in terms of thinking about jobs access, introduction to local businesses and things like that. They're also, so far a really appealing product to customers. They're being used about 3 times more per day than pedal bikes. They're getting 9 to 10 uses versus pedal bikes get about 3 to 4.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And so just in general, not specific to e-bikes, but e-bikes may be more of a concern. So we went through a pilot program in Hoboken for our scooters. Things came about, different technology that we'd like to see implemented for geofencing, tracking those scooters, and so on and so forth. And we're still kind of hashing some of that stuff out to see if we're going to bring those back in the city of Hoboken. My question here is, do we have the capability with the bikes to implement any of those specific changes as far as how we're going to govern the use of the bikes? And can we change that on the fly? Number one. Number two, are there limitations that we could put in place? One of the biggest complaints that I'm getting right now with our current vendor is groups of younger adults. I call them kids, although they are younger adults. They come in groups, and they're, kind of 30 or 40 people in across the city, and they're just kind of running around and causing some havoc. So do we have the ability to limit the use of bikes on either a time basis or a user basis? For example, if someone's under the age of 20 or 25, can we limit them at 10 o'clock at night or something like that? Do we have those capabilities? Because I think those are really where a lot of the concerns come in, especially when someone hears the e-bike, right? They just think it's a different form of scooter if they're not educated enough to understand what it really is as far as a pedal assist. So if you could just speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so maybe to take it in pieces because I think that there's a couple concerns. It sounds like one is around the kind of geofencing that you saw with the scooters, and and knowing where the product is. I think on that front, that's actually where a dock system makes things a lot easier. Because with docks, it's not that someone can leave them, on, a sidewalk or in a roadbed where it's not supposed to be, or, outside of the system. A user is expected to fully dock it upon finishing their ride. And so that makes the kind of management of the system much more simple because the user is expected to end their trip in that way. So you wouldn't see the same kind of behavior. In fact, with our dock systems, whenever anyone sees a city bike outside of a dock, oftentimes you'll see them reported on social media because they view that as wrong. And so that's actually a way that we recover, bikes that have been lost.
And what about during the ride? So as far as geofencing, where the capabilities of the bikes are, can we track which directions they're going, down in one way, the wrong way, so on and so forth? Because those are some of the concerns that we had with the scooters. And again, I asked the question so that we could differentiate the difference here, right, between the e-bikes and the scooters. Because I'm getting a lot of the same concerns from residents that we had when we talked about the scooters, about the e-bikes. So,
yeah, we don't have GPS on the bikes, and so you can't actually see in real time where someone is. And in general, the way that the system works today, I'm a bicyclist myself. I love biking. So oftentimes I'll bike over, say, something like the George Washington Bridge over the Pacific Palisades, which is just such a beautiful ride. And I'll see people on city bikes taking that same ride, which is not in, the existing service area, but and goes beyond the ride limit. But I'll stop them and say, hey, why did you decide to take a bike out? And they're just I don't own a bike, and this was a great way for me to take a ride along the Palisades. And it's okay to me that I'm going over 45 minutes and incurring some fees. That's okay, because this is a nice way to spend my afternoon. So I think that that's one example of why, we, wouldn't want to kind of try to restrict riders in that way. As long as they're returning the bike to the system and not kind of stealing it, there doesn't, we wouldn't deem that as necessarily problematic. In terms of seeing riders go, wrong way down streets and things like that, I think this is an area where I think Tom might have a lot of great experience to add too. I think that there's two big contributing factors, and something that we've talked to Ryan about a lot and are excited about all of Hoboken's plans. There's two big contributing factors to why you see riders doing kind of odd behavior usually. One is just not having enough protected bike lanes. So people kind of, will take a side street, or if there's a protected bike lane, then they'll go the wrong way down that on that street. And then the second is sometimes you'll see more sidewalk riding behavior if stations are on sidewalks. So we've talked about, as many stations as can be in the roadbed as possible is great, because, your natural inclination of taking a bike out is just to, pedal the 6 feet or something like that to where the curb cut is to get on the street. And so I think that there's ways when we think about how we collaborate together as this public-private partnership that we can partner together on things like that too.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, other than just to the point of the infrastructure. It's been shown repeatedly in study after study, that infrastructure really is the number one thing that kind of drives people's behavior. So if you have a protected bike lane, people are much less likely to ride on the sidewalk. But also if you have either bi-directional protected bike lanes, ideally, or if you have a north-south or east-west pair of protected bike lanes, people do generally do a pretty good job in the aggregate of following those rules.
I appreciate that, but the reality is Hoboken is number one. A lot of our streets will never have a protected bike lane. So how do we solve for the issue when in fact we can't change the infrastructure? And number two, even on those streets that we can, that's not happening within the next 2 months. So how do we solve for the issue before any infrastructure changes happen in the first place, right? So we need to solve for those problems before we can potentially change any infrastructure or solve for the problems that there will never be a change in the infrastructure just because the roadway is just too narrow or it's a side street or whatever it may be. So how do we do that with the technology from the bike itself or added technology? And again, these are the same questions I would ask of any scooter company that would come in to try to contract with the city of Hoboken. How can we do that, and how can we protect our residents from the concerns that they have? And that, I think, is where we need to have that conversation, right? We can't have it in an abstract of, well, we need to change infrastructure when infrastructure just will not change on First Street, will not change on Fifth Street, right? So we need to talk about the things that are concerning to citizens, knowing that nothing will change on those specific streets, or that there will be a delay in any infrastructure changes on other streets.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say, I guess, is to point to like our reputation of operating already in New York City and Jersey City, and to see if like you still feel like you have those concerns. Like, you know, we've been operating in both cities, New York City since 2013, Jersey City since 2015, tend to have a good reputation within the city, both cities, like high regard. And so certainly like one of the questions you asked was around age limits. We have one age limit of not allowing people who are, less than 16 years of age as part of our rider agreements, but overall kind of have a good reputation for being, a strong operator and strong provider.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I know you have this policy of you have to be 16 or older, but how is that enforced or adhered to? Or how do you guarantee adherence to it?
Yeah, so it's enforced by, the sign up process. So, if someone's registering to take out a bike, they have to list their age limit. And if they are less than 16 years old, then they have their accounts blocked, is how that's enforced. So if someone is fraudulently inputting information, we can't control end user fraud, but we certainly prevent anyone who we know is less than 16 from taking out a bike.
I'm sorry, but who would put in 15 if it has to be 16? They're all going to put in 16.
If they're not reading the fine print.
But why? I mean, it sounds like there's no barriers to entry. We had, and I don't know, what, if any, issue we had with our current bike share program and access by teens. I think the bigger concern is, and it is just the unknowns around the e-bikes coming off of our e-scooter program, because notwithstanding they don't have a throttle, they still have more mechanical leverage that allows them to go faster, quicker. And we don't know if teens are going to want to suddenly jump on that. We don't know if people are going to suddenly be riding, faster, quicker on our sidewalks. And these are some of the issues that we had with our e-scooter program. And so I guess what's the process? Like if nothing to do with City Bike and the bikes themselves or your program, but just more to do with the practices of our community. What do we do when we decide a couple months into the program that we have too many e-bikes? I mean, do we have the ability to scale those back from 40%, let's say, to 10% and just not make them as readily available if they end up being abused, like in our highly populated areas?
Yeah, and like I think that's definitely there, and I think that could be a good conversation with Jersey City too, knowing that that's kind of a shared fleet. We haven't been receiving complaints about rider behavior on e-bikes as we've had them kind of deployed in New York City. That 18 miles per hour really is a pretty good speed cap, and that if you're a strong cyclist and you get 3 green lights in a row, even on a non-e-bike, you're starting to hit that mile per hour limit. But certainly understand, if concerns raised for you, I think that would be a conversation then that Ryan, Arca, and myself would have about what do we do about it and how do we solve for that.
I'll note too quickly, if I can. there are a lot of neighborhoods in New York City that we operate in that have very similar kind of density and makeup to Hoboken. To Laura's point, we haven't seen complaints about e-bikes that kind of mirror the one that's kind of potentially being raised here. In fact, I mean, the number one concern that we have gotten is that e-bikes aren't rolling out fast enough. I don't know if that's any consolation, but that is what we're hearing.
Can you just give an example of what you think is comparable to Hoboken, those neighborhoods?
You could see Park Slope, Cobble Hill, Borum Hill as potentially having similar, composition and density.
So what I would say is the contrast between Hoboken and I don't know about Borum Hill as much as the other two is one, our pockets of concern is where we have typically congregations of residents, right? So we have a very active waterfront that has a giant promenade that is accessible to everyone, and it doesn't have like the West Side Highway between a bike lane and the West Village. It is very accessible, and that's where people ride their bikes, and there's nothing. We're concerned that 18 miles an hour on our waterfront is a problem when we have hundreds of people walking on the waterfront. Another, I'd say, point of differences between some of the Brooklyn areas you mentioned is we don't really have main roads, right? Brooklyn has a lot of their roads are, multi-lane streets, with light signals at the end of each street, where in Hoboken, we don't have that. We don't have light signals. We have stop signs. We have narrow, side streets where the practice that we see often, and not with everyone, is just cyclists in general, just running through stop signs, not stopping, running through our stop lights. It's just a practice in our community. So putting an accelerated bike onto the streets with our practices and our kind of setup, which feels very different to the examples that you gave, is what our concerns are. So just knowing, and listen, I think there's a general support for everything that you guys are bringing to the table, but we have certain concerns that may be non-standard to your other communities. And if you were to talk to Lyme and you were to talk to Ojo, they felt that. They had no idea coming in. They said, oh, you're just like all these other communities that we operate in. And then they got here and they're like, oh my God, you are not like any of those other communities that we operate in. We have kids, we have thousands of children, we're just one big backyard. We have a big concern about pedestrian safety at every single one of our intersections. And now we're potentially putting a more fun toy on the streets that goes much faster, much quicker, into this mix of pedestrians. And with our scooters, that was a huge problem.
And why 16? Why not 18?
Right.
I think I unfortunately can't speak to that as a legal policy as a non-lawyer, but I know that that's been kind of inherent to the rider agreement since the launch of City Bike. So that's true. Yeah.
Is
16
that
is too young.
is that something that we could change?
And the thought of him on that is insane.
Is 16 the same age you have in every major market that you operate in?
Yes, that's correct.
Including the markets with e-bikes?
But 16, for the most part, 16-year-olds are not riding a bike around New York City. 16-year-olds are riding in packs around Hoboken.
Right.
I would say there are a lot of youth in New York City who ride.
Well,
yeah.
How do you?
Is that a picture of my kid?
No, but how do you stop that, right?
No.
12 kids on a bike,
Yeah.
rented, right? Stopping traffic, going the wrong way. How do you stop that?
How do you stop any form of transportation?
Director, I mean, in all honesty, we want to be the first in everything, but we never want to be the first in innovative ways to stop some of the issues that happen, right? So this is a concern that I get constantly. My constituents and in the area of town where I represent are very concerned about an 18-mile-an-hour bike going down a one-way the wrong way. So I'm trying to get to a point where we could solve for those problems and approve a contract so that we have this service in the city. But every time I ask a question about trying to solve for those problems, and I get that response and that it just doesn't sit well with me. Okay, I have a lot of concerns, just like I did with the scooters, and just like with the scooters, I'm being told here tonight, trust me, it's going to work out fine. And I told you this last time. I'm now from Missouri. Show me, baby. Don't tell me.
I think to the point of showing, like, happy to have you like come into like New York or to meet you in Jersey City to like look at how riders are using the system, because I think that's showing you, right. We have.
I'm sorry
over
to
15,000
interrupt, but when
bikes.
did you say you rolled out in New York?
In February for
with
the e-bikes.
With the e-bikes last February. I don't think that we can really look at all these COVID months as reality. The streets of New York City have been empty. The streets of Hoboken have been empty. I mean, now I've never saw 8-year-olds riding down the street of Hoboken, and now you see little packs of 8-year-olds and their bikes riding around town. So I don't think it's fair to use these past, 4 or 5 months as reference to anything.
Yeah, it's certainly been a weird time, and I wouldn't disagree with that. And I feel like we all feel that extraordinarily. In terms of city bikes ridership, though, we're actually just a couple percentage points below where we were in 2019 for July. And so ridership has really, bounced back as people look for
More people are riding bikes during COVID, right? We see the bike shortage. You can't even buy a bicycle. Like, we know that people are looking for anything to do that they're allowed to do, which is another reason that you can't look at the past 4 to 5 months and say it's worked, because less people are in cars.
Which is a great thing, right? When we think about the potential of transforming our streets, and when people do start to go back to work, that they could be taking an alternate mode and a more sustainable mode. Like, that's something that is the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning, and why I love this role.
But I'm definitely not supportive of this if there's the age 16 on there. I think it has to be minimum 18. I don't see why anyone would care about those 2 years.
Is it something that we could make for Hoboken? Granted, it's not a perfect solution, because a 16-year-old can walk, I guess, over to Jersey City and sign up, or figure out a way to sign up. But can we make the Hoboken 07030 or whatever be minimum 18 instead of 16?
We can ask our technology team how it works, but I think you just brought up some great examples, right, where it's tricky, because the system, the big benefit of the system would be that it's interoperable with Jersey City and New York City, right? But to the example that you just brought up, right, even if we were to try to find a way from a technology standpoint to only have an age limit in one particular area, then those age limits would be different in the others. And so someone could just go to, Jersey City and pick up a bike and then ride into Hoboken.
Once all the 16-year-olds start going into Jersey City on the e-bikes, Jersey City will want to change too.
And it goes to my earlier question about how we could track, how we could monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's a concern for me. How, if we're going to make those changes or ask for those changes on a different system with scooters, why are we not going to require the same of our bikes and our e-bikes? I think there needs to be some technology changes and upgrades, or at least the capacity to do that at some point into the future. And that's the way I want to see that contract read, so that we can implement those changes. And if you're not able to implement those changes, well, then you might not be the right fit for the city of Hoboken. So those are the concerns that I have. Those are the questions that I have. I'm trying to get to a place where we have the service and we have you come in, because the director seems to think that it's going to be a good program, specific to your company rather than others. But at the end of the day, help me get there. Help me get to a place where I could go to my constituency and say, hey, look, we've done everything in our power to make sure that these bikes are adhering to the law and the riders are doing what they need to, and we have all the safeguards in place, whether that's scanning a license, whether that's making sure that credit card information is scanned in there into the account. I mean, there's a whole host of things that we could do, and that the technology is very simple to implement, but they're just not in that place right now. So those are the questions that I have. I don't want your standard cookie cutter. I don't want your normal contract. I don't do business that way. I want it specific to Hoboken, and I want it better than everywhere else. That's what I want. So, and I'm sure you could get there. I'm sure as a company you could get there, but you need to help us as a governing body to pull this program to the city and do that in a way where our constituency feels safe.
Council President, may I ask a
Councilman
question?
Doyle.
I was thinking that why wouldn't we just, it sounds like Councilman Russo and Councilwoman Giattino, Council President, it's the e-bikes, and I was thinking, well, let's just have 0 e-bikes in Hoboken, just make them just like the Jersey bikes, just pedal assist bikes. But I guess what I'm going to be told is that you have this 800 bikes where there's a flow, and there's no way to have a governor on the bike so that if I pick up an e-bike in Jersey City and ride it to Hoboken, and then park it, it's there and it's available in Hoboken for anyone who's registered in the system to use. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it could potentially be done in that we could create something so that a bike gets locked down every time it comes into Hoboken, but it wouldn't make sense to users, right? Because they'd be able to take a bike in Jersey City, and then as soon as they got to Hoboken, there'd be a bunch of e-bikes that were red lit. And Tom joked about it earlier, but we could send you many screen grabs from our Twitter feed now in New York City where people are just demanding e-bikes, and actually, kind of our slow and steady rollout is too slow for people. And so the degree of complaints that I could imagine from, not having them available would be pretty severe. And so I think, yeah.
No, and just to the point, I frankly don't share any of the views of my council colleagues, but is with regard to e-bikes. But what I do share is a heartfelt desire to keep the bike share program up and running in Hoboken. If it meant not having an e-bike in order to have a system, I might, consider that. But as I said, I would prefer to have, the e-bike option, and we try it out, and we can react just the way we reacted with the scooters if, things don't work out as well. So you can show me after you demonstrate the empirical evidence rather than just, asking for hypothetical future scenarios.
If I could just follow up on that, I just sort of want to echo Councilman Doyle's point on this. I don't necessarily share those concerns. I think we might be able to start with the full complement of what is in New York City and Jersey City to get the full benefit of the network, which I think is one of the big advantages and why so many people are excited that I've spoken to about the City Bike coming to Hoboken after these years of getting less than good service from the Next Bike system. The reputation of City Bike, as you mentioned, Laura, is very good. And a lot of people commute into the city, and those bikes are available in most of the neighborhoods of Midtown Manhattan, where a lot of Hoboken residents work. And I know a lot fewer people are commuting now, but they'll be commuting again in numbers where they'll be able to use that. Number one. Number two, unlike my council colleague, I don't like the idea of trying to get special provisions for Hoboken that are different from our neighbors. I like the idea of it being a seamless operation. I think there's a benefit to the residents for that. But I think Councilman Doyle has a good idea, which is that we could always scale back if it turns out that one element of the program is not working for us. Maybe we could, I think the presumption would be that we'd want to start with what our neighbors are using. And then if some part of the program, maybe the e-bike isn't successful, maybe we can back out of that, maybe have that possible. But one thing I would like to add, though, is that I would like to see, just speaking to disabled people in the city and to bike advocates, the idea of recumbent bikes or trikes will allow more people to benefit from this program. And to the extent that you can take back to the shop and say that there is interest in Hoboken to expand the fleet to include recumbent bikes and trikes, I think there is an interest in that, and hopefully that could be part of the program.
All right, I think.
Sorry, could I just say two things real quick?
Yep.
I've had my hand up for a while, Council President.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see you on the screen.
I've had my hand up for, no, not physically, but it was up there for a long time.
Exhausted. I didn't see. I can see you now. Hey, Councilman Ramos, and then.
I'm the only one that follows the rules here.
I know.
The rest of you guys stink. But I guess my question is, I'm listening to my colleagues. Their concern seems to be the waterfront area, people riding down wrong-way streets and sidewalks, correct? So I guess those are all examples or issues or areas where enforcement would have to come into play, right? For us, enforcement more so who's going to enforce those rules on our end to make sure that people aren't riding in the waterfront through Pier A at 18 miles an hour. Or they can ride in the bike lane on the waterfront at that speed, or other areas of town, but we're going down wrong-way streets. It's an enforcement issue, and we saw the lack of enforcement with a scooter program, but people are riding on sidewalks, riding down wrong-way streets, and then we slowed it down on the waterfront in some areas. I think that's everyone's concern. But I think with this is a little bit larger vehicle, that if we enforce it properly, but I don't know who's going to do the enforcement on our end, but I'm willing to, I think it's an exciting program. It works in New York City. We want to emulate a lot of the good things that they do. So I'm more than happy to try and go along with it. But I think the enforcement, to hear listen to my colleagues, that seems to be their biggest concern. And how do we do that effectively? I guess is my question. And how are they enforcing those types of issues in Jersey City with the e-bikes and in Hoboken with the e-bikes? I'm sorry, New York City with the e-bikes when they're going down the wrong way of a street, riding through a park at a high speed, things like that.
Yes, people. All right, directors, thank you for being so patient. Director Sharp?
Sure. So just to kind of walk through a few different kind of scenarios. So a few slides ago, Laura showed a slide in terms of the launch plan, and it shows that, for example, the early part of this year, within about 2 months from now, the system would begin to roll out. You'd have 15 stations initially, and then the second half of the system would begin to roll out in Q1 or Q2 of 2021. So that means that you're already starting with, fewer than 29 stations and fewer than 300 bikes. And so if you assume that 40% of 300 bikes is 120, then, even at full build out, you're talking about, say, half that, 70 e-bikes approximately. And there's already a commitment there, as was mentioned as well, where the e-bikes will be very slowly phased into the system in both Hoboken and Jersey City, I believe, so that there's time for people to be trained on how to safely ride the e-bikes, which look and function. I've ridden them; they feel very similar to a typical conventional pedal bike. It gives time to evaluate the e-bikes themselves and the rider behavior on e-bikes. And it gives both cities the opportunity to kind of make a decision in terms of whether they want to scale up to closer to that 40% number or something lower, right? And on top of that, when you layer that kind of phased in approach on top of City Bike's reputation, as was mentioned, these bikes have been out in New York City for many months. They've been in The e-bikes are in Minneapolis, they're in San Francisco, and you just don't hear the same level of chatter kind of out there that you have heard probably about scooters in those markets, or some of those markets haven't even had scooters yet, right? Because of their own concerns about scooters, but they're willing to have these pedal assist e-bikes, right? Which they clearly put into a different category than, a throttle based e-scooter. So with all that said, and with all the, again, the benefits of at least trying some e-bikes, right? Because again, you have this regional program and there's value in being able to not have to be the strongest rider, right? You could be someone who is a casual rider, but wants to patronize a local restaurant in Hoboken, but you live in, Jersey City, and you're worried about, if I take this bike into Hoboken.
What about Ryan Sharp giving him a ticket? Take a bike instead.
Well played. But in all seriousness, you're like, okay, well, I'm not strong enough as a rider to get back up the Palisades cliffs in heights, or
yeah, that's a good point.
I may not be able to travel all the way from.
I'm sorry, Director. It's 10 o'clock at night, and we haven't even had a vote yet on anything.
Council President, I have one follow-up question. It's for, I think, Corporation Council. As far as the contract goes, will this language emulate Jersey City's language as far as SNAP recipients and public housing residents receiving a discount?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and we have just like
Thank you.
Yeah, what that pricing looks like here too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. And thank you so much, Laura.
Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate it. Do we drop now or do we stay?
You can drop. This way, no one can ask you any more questions. But I would do.
Okay.
Thank you,
everyone.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you too. Bye.
Is Linda giving the next presentation?
Yes, if you can allow me to
How
share
long?
my screen, I have.
Well, it says short here on the agenda.
Yeah.
Short capital budget and debt statement.
All is going to depend on how many questions.
Okay.
I thought it meant like a very small capital budget.
Right.
We're going to be here for 2 more hours, aren't we?
That's what you get for sitting in my seat.
This isn't your seat.
It's shareable, Jason.
Council President.
As a matter of fact, you're sharing it as we speak.
It's the people's feet. It's the people's feet.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Just quickly, I've just on this point of being able to reduce the number of e-bikes, I just asked Corporation Counsel, Brian, not Alyssa, if we had does the contract explicitly give us the right to reduce the number of e-bikes when we want? So like if it doesn't work out and becomes a problem, and his response was not currently. So
Yeah, that's my issue.
right. And we actually have not been given a copy of a contract. I went back on because I saw the terms, et cetera, but there's no draft contract. There's no, I don't know where the summary of terms is. Maybe I missed it somewhere. But it'd be great before maybe the vote if someone could circulate that to the council so we could actually read through it and make sure that we have the kind of flexibility that we know we need to be able to make changes if necessary on some of these issues that always seem to be specific to Hoboken.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman, Corporation Counsel. I can't.
Whoever you are.
Whoever I am.
The only person, I can only see 2 people right now, and one of them's me.
All right. Just so the council knows, currently right now, the agreement really is the proposal. So you do have a copy of it. We are working to add terms to that. That is not yet finalized. For instance, one of the terms is the discount for the housing authority and people on SNAP and things of that nature. We're also working through some language with regard to terminating the contract. So the actual, I'll call it the legal terms, the details have not yet been finalized or approved by either Hoboken or Jersey City. Normally, most of those, I'll call them details, like the legal details, in many instances, you've left up to the council. So the resolution on the agenda now allows us to negotiate those types of details, subject to your approval, of course. You'll approve it tonight, and then we work out like the termination clause and things of that nature. But certainly, if the council wants it, you have to speak to Ryan about it. But I know there is I'll call it a time crunch in this matter. That's one of the reasons why we handled it that way, because the other bike share program, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, if you're still on the phone, because I can't see either, everyone who's on, ends in October. And Lyft needs, I believe it's 8 weeks for the rollout. So you're kind of getting close to that point where you might actually, for some period of time, not actually have any programs. I don't know how important that is to the council, but it's certainly important to Ryan to make sure there is no gap where there is no bikes in Hoboken.
But should we consider, so I think there are smaller contracts that are not a big deal. This is a 5-year contract. Our contract that was originally agreed for the original scooter contract actually did not have the financial terms that were acceptable to us, did not have the right ability to exit terms that were acceptable to us because it wasn't ever presented to us. We just never were even asked about those issues. So lesson learned, I would think that at least for this, because the e-bike is such an important issue, and the point that Councilman Ramos made, can we make our approval condition on like those terms being included in the contract? Just some level of flexibility to reduce the e-bike program as and when without any kind of penalty, just a unilateral right, and a requirement that the Housing Authority and SNAP program anyone on a SNAP program be included in the contract.
If I could just a quick
I would like
statement.
to say something. Okay.
I mean, I want to have the ability to make changes on the fly if we need to. If there's a new technology that we can implement, I want to be able to do that, right? So it's not that I don't have a problem with e-bikes at all. Double the e-bikes, it doesn't matter to me. If we have the safeguards in place, I'm fine with it. Or have the ability to put those safeguards in place at a later date as they arise, then I want to have that ability. I think the contract is the important part of this conversation, not necessarily the vote on do we want to continue this program or not.
I would
just my take on it.
I would agree, and I would just say to Mike's point, I mean, it's a 5-year contract, and I think everyone's excited about City Bike. Most people are. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about the e-bikes, but we have a lot of concerns about the e-bikes. So, is there a way for us to have just whatever flexibility we require to make amendments to the contract along the way for the technology or for concerns within the community? Like, how do we incorporate that into
Is there
approval?
something we can put in the resolution that says as long as in the terms of the contract, it gives us the ability to make changes in this contract? Like that's something that we can put.
When you say changes in the contract, are we strictly limiting this to the e-bike portion of the contract, I'll call it?
No, just leave it open-ended so we can make the changes as we need to.
They're not going
for all the bike program.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't see any 16-year-olds coming over from Midtown Manhattan from work or coming over from Jersey City to drive over for dinner with their fiance, right? Like, I mean, going from 16 to 18, I don't think is a big deal, right? So those are the types of things that I think we would want to have the ability to change down the road. You want to start it at 16, see how it goes? Great. I don't have a problem with that. My point is that if it becomes a problem and we're locked into a 5-year contract, what is our recourse? How do we fix it, right? Because they don't call Ryan. They call each and every one of us.
Yeah.
Right? And we need to then come up with a solution on how to fix a problem that we're being faced with. And that's all I'm asking for.
I will certainly I certainly understand the council's concerns, and I'll defer to Ryan. But if Ryan can hear me, my recommendation then would be just to defer this to the next council meeting while we try to negotiate more.
Or can we, but let me ask a different question. I know that time sensitivity, can we just have a special, can we spend a few more days?
That's what I mean. Yeah, maybe we'll have a special meeting if we can negotiate it
3 days from now. Yeah, and we can actually talk about some of these specifics, and then just have a special meeting to approve it with some of the
What are the costs associated with having a special meeting? Because I just feel like every time something doesn't get done in a timely manner, we have to call a special meeting.
Well, we
Which
never
I don't mind the special meeting, but what are the costs associated with the special meeting? And if there was a time constraint on this contract and this approval, why wasn't this presented before? Why are we presented with information so that we're made to have to make a decision where it's so time sensitive? If it's so time sensitive, then why aren't we given it enough time to make the decision? And my other concern, Ryan, is in comparison to the numbers of the current bike provider that we have now, how do they relate?
In terms of the total number of bikes?
Yes.
How many bikes are there in the Jersey Bike Program I think is being asked.
Yes. It's about 300 in Hoboken. Again, it's fluid because you do have Jersey Bike operating in adjacent municipalities. So there will be times where there's 315 or 295, but it's the same standard that there needs to be at least 300 in Hoboken.
Okay.
Tiffany, you're on mute.
When were
Dan.
when were you considering finishing like negotiations and actually having the contract signed? Like, so if we had approved it tonight, or if we do approve it tonight, like what's that time frame look like?
Well, my office only got this contract recently. So right now we're in negotiations not only with Jersey City, but Lyft. So Lyft is considering many of the changes that we've already requested. So, you know, part of that depends on how fast the other parties react.
Right. Just for the record, part of the issue here is that with a summer schedule, one council meeting in August, this would have been a lot easier if there was 2 meetings in August or.
Oh, wait, time out. We had four meetings in July? I mean, come on, let's not go down that road. We
Okay,
call special meetings at the drop of a hat when we need to. So it's not that it's the summer schedule. It's.
You didn't let me finish.
No, but come on, Ryan. I mean, don't put it on the fact that it's a summer schedule, right? You have people working remotely. There's a whole host of things going on. Don't put it on that. If it was just an issue, as Corporation Counsel said, there's multiple parties involved and we didn't have things in a row, that's one thing, and that's legit. But don't say it's a scheduling issue.
There are many components to it. That's all I'm trying to say. The Jersey City is leading. They're the chief procurement officer for this project, right? So we are beholden to their kind of procurement schedule, which started way back in early June, frankly. So, you know, not to mention Jersey City's council meetings have different schedules than ours. So there's just a lot of moving parts between having multiple jurisdictions trying to negotiate contracts and also trying to work in a timely manner to try to get it done, during the summer season when there are fewer council meetings. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to blame it on the summer schedule exclusively.
When in October does our current program end?
The 9th.
And how long was that contract?
5 years.
5 years.
Okay.
So 8 weeks to October 9th is when?
Mid-October, it's like the 14th roughly, I think.
We've already passed it.
We're inside of 8 weeks right now.
Yeah.
So we're already going to be bikeless for a few days? What's another
Yes.
2 weeks?
Just a few days.
So what's another 2 weeks?
It depends, so Lyft says within 8 weeks, right? But it could be 7.5 weeks. It could be 8.5 weeks. Like that's not like down to the day yet.
Council President, if I may?
Yes, please.
I don't believe it's a practical matter that need to go down this road. Whether the council votes today or we defer this matter, it's not going to speed this up all that quickly. It's going to take however long it takes for Lyft and Jersey City to respond to the negotiations. Once that is done, as Councilman Russo pointed out, you guys are great for special meetings. Within 2, 3, 4 days, we can have a special meeting and the contract will be approved or disapproved. Really
All right.
talking about 2 or 3 days to call a special meeting.
I think that's what we need to do because we're taking up way too much time on this and it's now 10:11. So we'll vote on it. We'll have a special meeting once once everyone is on the same page, Jersey City and Hoboken, and we'll have the vote then. Director Landolfi, we're on to you.
Linda,
I'm here.
okay.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to do a quick overview of our debt schedule and repayment schedule and open space trust interface with such a debt service payment as was requested at our budget hearing. So basically, debt and I'm sorry, some of this is repetitious for everybody, but since the public may be online, they may not know some of this information. So debt generally falls into 4 different categories where the debt service is paid from. One is from the municipal budget for general. Hello?
Is Linda breaking up for everyone or just me?
Everyone, or at least me too.
Jamie, can you give this?
Linda, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Not really. You're breaking up a lot.
Oh.
Jason,
Maybe I could call in.
I can hear Linda.
Yeah, I think maybe try again. How bad is it? I mean, I'm hearing most of it.
I can hear most of it too.
Okay, so the debt can be repaid from the municipal budget, from the parking utility budget for parking capital projects, from the open space trust fund for the acquisition and development of open spaces and parks, and also from the water utility for water projects. These capital projects are obviously all authorized by the municipal council by the passage of bond ordinances. Next page. Jason?
Yeah, do you want the next? I did it, didn't I?
It's there. What page?
Okay, oh, there we
3?
go. Okay. So, well, we can go to 3 if you want. So these are the different types of debt. We have short-term debt, which is bond anticipation notes, which can be issued for a maximum of 10 years. During the first 3 years, there is no principal payment required. It's just interest. After the first 3 years, then you have to start making principal payments. But you have to roll these notes over every year. For long-term bonds, they can be issued anywhere from 5 to 30 years, depending on the life of the projects. This is permanent financing. The next is the NJIB, the Infrastructure Bank, which formerly was NJEIT, and these are for infrastructure projects. The debt here is split between a market rate and an interest-free portion, so kind of an interest-free loan, which makes these very interesting and valuable types of investments for us, or ways to finance our debt. Sometimes in the past, the terms vary depending on the project years and whatnot. Sometimes it's 75% loan with no interest. Sometimes it's a different one, and often there's principal forgiveness. For the last issue that was just a couple months ago, it was almost 98% interest-free and $1 million of forgiveness. There's also loans from Green Acres through the New Jersey DEP. Next page. Okay, this is our debt capacity. The statutory debt limit in New Jersey is set, and it's 3.5% of the average equalized value for the preceding 3 years. We have a lot of debt capacity, almost 598 million. The debt authorized to date, the net debt authorized is 121.5 million. So it becomes net debt authorized because some of the debt is paid by the utility, like the parking utility, which is self-liquidating. So that's a deduction. And open space debt has its own funding source, the Open Space Trust Fund. So that's also an exclusion to get to the net debt number. Next slide. So here's our recap right now. Right now, well, not right now, as December 31, we had totally authorized debt of $233.9 million. We had issued $174.4 million. We have debt authorized but not issued of about $60 million. Of that, 77 million, well, of the whole total, about 117.6 million is open space debt which would be paid from the Open Space Trust Fund, and 116.2 million of the total debt would be paid for from municipal budget. So about half of our debt is actually paid for from the Open Space Trust Fund. Next slide.
Wait. Go back.
Almost made it.
I know you did. So what was the open space number at the end of last year about? How much has this changed since we changed the open space trust fund by referendum?
Well, we'll have a slide later that'll show you what you're asking.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead.
Director, what's the breakdown of that 117 million? I've asked you for this in the past and I haven't gotten it yet.
It's actually on the annual debt statement, and we can send you a copy of that, which breaks it out by project.
Do you know it? Do you know it offhand?
Offhand, I think about 85 million is in Northwest Park. And then obviously Southwest Park and Union Dry Dock. So we can probably, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, what's Southwest Park and what's Union Dry Dock? How much?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I can get them for you.
Please do.
Yes.
Thank you.
18 and 12 or something like that, right? Or 15 and 12, something?
Yeah. Well, the construction in Northwest Park is on this slide, actually, B113, which is the 35 and the 18. 35, which we've issued, 18 still to be issued. And then there's another project for the actual construction, for the actual acquisition. But these are just some of the samples of some of the authorizations that are in that previous listing. Obviously, it's pages long, and we can certainly supply that to you. It's in both the annual debt statement and our annual audit.
Thank you.
Next page. Jason, next, okay. This is open space funded debt, but as we said, half of it is funded through the Open Space Trust Fund. There's about 118 million, and these are the projects we just discussed. After we have done this calculation at the beginning of 2020, we had $12.1 million remaining in Open Space Trust Fund. Currently, we're getting about $3.5 million a year from the open space tax, which was approved by referendum. We've done with the financial advisors, done a projection of what the debt service demands will be based on the current authorizations that we talked about for open space. And in part of that, and obviously any projection is based on a whole number of factions that are yet unknown in terms of what interest rate's going to look like 5 years down the road and whatnot. But basically from the current projection, yes.
No. I thought you were flipping the page. Go ahead. I have a question. I have a question on this page before you flip it.
Okay. So basically, and we'll have an example coming up, but the Open Space Trust Fund, even counting all of these projects that are listed above, will still have additional bonding capacity of about $4 million through, the next 15 years. So we have done a detailed analysis of that, and the Open Space Trust Fund, as it's currently funded, and this assumes a 1% growth in assessed value on an annual basis.
So are you saying that the total bonding capacity for the Open Space Trust Fund today is about 122 million? And we've already encumbered 118 of it, so we're like 96% used already?
Correct. I mean, depending obviously on things that we don't know yet. For instance, how much future of the permanent financing that hasn't been completed yet through iBank will be interest-free, how much principal forgiveness there'll be. So these, these are assumptions that were made that it's going to be kind of the traditional that we've had in the past. But as you do the permanent financing through iBank, they actually give you the terms of the project for the year that you're permanently financing it through. So there may be some changes, obviously, and you may have a little more.
Right, but a takeaway is we're close to capacity within the Open Space Trust Fund. That may change a little for a number of things, but we are close to capacity. What does the fourth bullet, what's the difference between the third bullet and the fourth bullet? So the 4 million and the 12.1.
The 12.1 was the beginning year balance in the Open Space Trust Fund. And the 4 million is what would be, what kind of capacity, bonding capacity you'd have at the end of the projection. Obviously you'd have more than $4 million, but that's how much capacity you have, assuming the same types of debt structures as we've had in the past.
Right, but what is the 12.1 million then? It's unencumbered. How does the 12.1 relate to the 118?
The 12.1 is just a balance in the trust account, in the trust fund at the beginning of at the beginning of 20. Probably we shouldn't have used the word unencumbered because obviously it's planned, although not encumbered in the accounting word yet.
Oh, God.
But it is planned to be spent on the debt service.
Unencumbered meaning you haven't actually drawn the money down yet. We've allocated it, but haven't drawn it down yet. I guess here's where I'm confused. We have, if we start from the bottom, you have $3.5 million of open space revenue that comes in every year. And if you use all of that to pay for debt service, you 100% leverage that $3.5 million. I think you're telling me it's giving us $118 million plus $4 million, around about $122 million of bonding capacity is what that $3.5 million should give us, right?
The 3.5 plus the beginning 12.1 balance. If you go to the next slide, Jason, I think we have it might help you see it.
No. Go back just for 1 second. Yes, the 12.1 is actually the 3.5 million. Everything that we've raised already, the 3.5 million. It's basically 4 years worth of 3.5 million. Is that 12.1 million? We've accumulated cash to be able to use to pay for the bonds. Got it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. It's okay. My apologies.
It's been a long night, okay? So this is kind of showing the projection of the balance of 12.1, what the expected levy would be coming in each year, and what the debt service payments would be for the projects we discussed, assuming the timing of permanent financing occurs, and then what the balance of that year. Now, obviously, we have this schedule for 15 years, and we can send it to you. So you can see it a little, see the entire thing, but it's kind of hard to put that on these slides,
So unlike our own surplus, what is the benefit of maintaining $12 to $15 million in this open space account?
Well, it wasn't an accident that it was in the account. It was planned, I guess, almost since I came here. One of the first projects Mayor Zimmer mentioned to me was that she wanted to be able to fund the Northwest Park through the Open Space Trust Fund. So we haven't been spending a lot of money on the Open Space Trust Fund to save it up for this debt service for these projects.
Right, but what you're projecting is basically we're bringing in $3.5 million and spending on average $4.5 million. So we're starting with a $12.1 million balance, but we're ending with a 14 points. So we're kind of maintaining this really big balance. It's suggesting that we're not using it. So why wouldn't we use it? Why wouldn't we just not issue some of the bonds, not incur, some of the debt, and actually just, save taxpayers, interest money and just pay it off, or not borrow as much?
Well, if you remember, we talked about what the balance would be at the end of the year, and we could certainly use some of it as down payment money, and we do, and for other purposes, but the main function in Hope is, and I think as you see this growing, obviously the debt service numbers get higher as you go past 2025.
Yeah.
So you do want to ensure that you have enough money to pay this debt service on these projects that we've already committed ourselves to.
Right. And that 4.9 probably goes up a little. Okay.
Right, a lot, yes.
Yeah.
And I can send you the entire, plan. We can send the entire analysis to council. It's a lot of pages and a lot of tiny print, so. And now we're talking about the 2020 capital plan. And just so everyone is aware, the capital plan is in the municipal budget. The capital plan in itself has absolutely no spending authority. It's just what it says, a plan of what we plan to do in 2020 or authorize in 2020, or ask the council to authorize is more correct, in 2020. And these are the projects that are listed in the capital budget, and it includes the water mains and, road improvements, city hall improvements, environmental services equipment, which I think is on the agenda tonight, some fire apparatus, police technology. So these are the planned ordinances that will probably be coming forward to you at some point this year. And here is the planned future debt service for those projects to 2025. And as you can see, the current plan is to roll the nodes for the 3 years or so, and then start doing some permanent financing on them. So there's not much budget impact on the city for these 2020 capital projects for the next 5 years or so. We have also taken out, as you can see, the water utility funding, which would be for those water projects, which would be funded from, obviously, the water utility, as we discussed in the budget hearings. Next page.
Wait, I have a question on that page. Why wouldn't the park improvements amount come from the Open Space Trust? Like, why wouldn't that dollar amount come from?
I'm not sure how much money is in the park trust. I don't think there's significant
There are also limits
funds
on
in there,
how you
but we
can
can
use
look
the
at it,
open
and
space.
there are.
No, I guess the question is, what are the park improvements that are 670,000, and can they qualify under the new definitions of the Open Space Trust Fund?
Yes.
Right. That allows the kind of redevelopment and not just acquisition, but the actual development of the parks or redevelopment of the parks. And
It's kind of building it out, but it's not doing maintenance year to year.
But maintenance wouldn't, if it's year-to-year maintenance, it wouldn't be a capital project. It would be in the budget. So the question is,
we can certainly look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can look at that and see if it would meet the required cap in the maintenance in the new revised referendum. And that's a good idea. We might be able to fit that in with the plan structure of the debt service. And then we'd have another little negative here, Councilwoman.
Yeah. Do you have the water mains? And I can't remember, are they listed in the capital plan as part of the overall, or are they listed as a capital project underneath the water utility now? Is this just your summary, or does this match the schedule that's in the back of the budget?
This matches the schedule that's in the capital plan.
Right, but should the water mains be in the capital plan for the operating budget, for the municipal budget? Or should
ordinances.
Can you say it? Do you mind saying that
yes,
again?
Once. Yeah. It's really, the capital plan is kind of, has all of the projects in it, but certainly when we do the new ordinance for the new $5 million, it will be water bonds, and it will be paid from the utility directly. So we won't do that net that we're doing right now for open space and will be doing for the older water utility that we're bringing in revenue from the funds to offset the appropriation. I think on the next slide, you'll see it.
How many more slides are there?
This next one is the last one. Slide 10. So this is our total existing debt service, as you can see in the very first column from 2020 to 2024. And then we will bring in, as I just mentioned, the open space revenue from the Open Space Trust Fund to pay that debt service that we showed on the previous slide, so that the net debt service that would impact the budget would be on that column. And then the amount we would fund by the water utility would be here. If we can fund some from the open space for the park, obviously that would come in here. And then you see that we've included the debt service for the capital plan from 2022 to 2024, and the total budget impact is in the last column. So it goes from 7.5 million to 8.1 million. And obviously, you know, that all depends on when we do the permanent financing, what the interest rates are like. And so obviously, as you get further in the future, these projections, I think we were probably rather conservative with some of the interest rates in the later years, because the interest rates right now are at abnormally low numbers. Any questions?
Tons.
Council members?
No, this was, I just
Make a
think.
motion to close?
Yeah. The whole motion, oh yeah, let's do that. Linda, thank you for doing this. This is, notwithstanding it's duplicative of prior years. Like every year we have new eyes looking at it. And quite frankly, when you see it in the same way every year, like I think it's helpful. People have a good understanding of what our debt looks like, you know, et cetera. So I appreciate it.
Director, can you share that with the council members, please?
Sure. And I can send you the details. It will send the details to you all too.
Okay.
Great.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Enjoy your evening.
Oh, yes. I'm going to get some wine.
Have some for me.
Me too.
I'd like to look at Webster's Dictionary for definition of short.
Actually, it was 18 minutes. That's, I guess, short. All right, where are we, Jimmy?
Well, we have a resolution authorizing the CY 2020 municipal budget to be read by title only.
That was carried, I believe.
Yeah, it's
That was carried.
Okay. The public hearing, that has to be carried to.
Yeah.
Do you have a date for that?
Whatever the next council meeting is when we'll work on it towards.
Okay.
Sorry,
We have
I
a
don't think we can carry, I'm sorry. Jimmy, I don't think we can carry those two resolutions because your budget hearing was advertised already. So you have to at least open and close it, I believe.
Right,
And the same with the
Just
resolution.
open and close the public hearing.
Right.
Right.
We just open
If you don't want to read it.
No, you're not going to close. You're not going to close it. We're going to continue the hearing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We've done this. So,
All right.
And I think you need to do the resolution to read by title so you don't have to read the entire budget at the hearing. Right, Jimmy?
Yes, I mean, we can do it now or do it.
Yeah, just do it now.
All right. Resolution F1, Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Fusco,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mrs. Falco,
Yes.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour, Mr. Ramos,
Aye.
Mr. Russo,
Yes.
President Giantino.
yes.
Okay.
So if we voted no, Jimmy would have to read the whole budget?
No, Linda would. Linda.
That actually could be fun.
It would totally be fun.
I think I did it one year.
Especially if,
I did it one year. I did it one year. That's when the state came in.
especially if Linda has her technology.
Or why?
All right. All right. So now we're up to F2, a resolution authorizing an emergency temporary appropriations pursuant to NJSA 40.
Wait, don't we have to, I'm sorry, Jimmy, but don't we have to open the public hearing?
I thought we did that.
Just did that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, we
And
didn't.
No,
Hearing?
we
We did
read by
not.
title.
Okay, public hearing for the budget is now open.
Thank you.
All right. We don't have to vote on that?
No, you have to vote on continuing the hearing.
Okay. Oh, so we want to do we have to vote on continuing the hearing then?
Yes,
Jen?
Voting on continuing the hearing. Mr. Farina called the vote.
yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're going to continue the hearing. All right, now we have we're up to ordinances now.
No.
No,
F2.
I'm taking over.
All right, the emergency authorization, temporary appropriations.
Temporary appropriations.
Right.
No.
40A 4:20.
Right.
-20. Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Wait.
Go, Councilwoman.
Can Jason and or Linda just tell us exactly the dates that these appropriations go through?
Goes through the next council meeting.
Perfect.
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
DeFusco,
No.
Mr. Doyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Falco,
Yes.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos, Mr.
You're on
Russo,
mute.
No.
I think he's frozen.
President Giantino.
Yes, at some point, if we
Have-
keep doing this, do we
Ruben,
know?
have Ruben vote. Ruben,
He voted yes.
he said no.
No, he said yes.
Give us a thumbs up. You're good at that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, now we're on,
Ordinance
ordinance
2.
1 and 2 have been removed.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Refunding bond ordinance providing for funds.
I think that was removed as well, correct?
Number 3.
No,
Jason?
no, that wasn't removed.
No, that's it. That's
Okay.
That's just a no. That's just a no.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Refunding bond ordinance providing funds for finance, emergency appropriation, authorizing the issuance of up to $700,000 of refunding bonds of the city of Hoboken, county of Hudson, New Jersey, to finance the cost thereof, making certain determinations and covenants in connection with therewith, and authorizing certain related actions connected with the foregoing.
We have no members of the public signed up to speak. Motion to close public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council members? Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
DeFusco,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Falco,
No.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mr. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos,
Aye.
Mr. Russo,
No.
President Giantino.
Yes.
We have a resolution of the city of Hoboken, the county of Hudson, New Jersey, authorizing the issuance. Can you get that echo out of my head, please? What happened?
You sound better, Jerry, or Jimmy. Excuse me.
Okay. Okay, resolution of the city of Hoboken and the county of Hudson, New Jersey, authorizing the issuance and the sale of up to $700,000 refunding bond anticipation notes of the city of Hoboken, making certain covenants and maintaining the exemption of federal income taxation to the interest of said notes, and authorizing such further action, making such determinations as may be necessary or appropriated to effect the issuance of the sale of said notes.
Please call the vote, Mr. Farina.
Yes. Where would you? Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
DeFusco,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mrs. Falco,
No.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos,
Aye.
Mr. Russo,
No.
President Giantino.
Yes.
Ordinance number 4 has been removed, not removed, it's been carried to September 2nd council meeting. Bond ordinance, hearing on a bond ordinance authorizing the acquisition of various environmental services, capital equipment, and vehicles, and for the city of Hoboken, county of Hudson, New Jersey, appropriating a sum of $250,000, therefore authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds or bond anticipation notes of the city of Hoboken, county of Hudson, New Jersey, in the aggregate principal amount of up to $237,500, 500,000, making certain determinations and covenants and authorizing certain related actions in connection with the foregoing.
We have no members of the public signed up to speak. Motion to close public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council members?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman.
the vehicles that are mentioned here, are we talking about a 5-year, like how long is this bond good for? Are we talking about 5 years here? Are we talking about 20 years?
I think it was 5.
Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, Director Gonzalez is here.
Yes, I do believe that that it was 5, although most of those vehicles do have a longer useful life than that. We're currently operating vehicles that are 13 years old, and we're replacing those with these new vehicles.
All right, Director, so that is a definite, this is a 5-year bond?
I will go back and double check, but I'm pretty confident it's a 5-year bond.
I am too. I recall
Can I interject that it does have a 5-year useful life? The length of the bond will depend because usually we don't issue a bond for just this one. It'll be combined with other ones, and it'll be a weighted average of useful life when the bond is actually issued, Councilman.
So if there's something in there that's 10, I'm just making this up, but there's something in there that's 10 years, it'll be 7 and
Right, depending on the principal amount.
Right. As long as the dollar amounts are equal.
Exactly.
Director, what's the plan if this fails?
Sorry?
So what's the plan if this fails?
Well, the plan is we are not able to remove snow as effectively from the streets. It will take us significantly longer.
Why?
The plan is we won't be able to fulfill some of the obligations that we currently have to maintain our public facilities. So. That's the plan, less services.
Right for no snow.
Work this year.
For a variety of reasons.
Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
DeFusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Mrs. Falco?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
No.
President Giantino?
Yes.
A hearing on an ordinance supplementing an amendment of the Hoboken Municipal Code, Chapter 196 zoning to create the C-4 hospital district.
We have no members of the public signed up to speak. Motion to close public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council members? Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
DeFusco?
I'm sorry, which ordinance is this?
Hospital.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Falco?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Giantino?
Yes.
Hearing on an ordinance adding to the Hoboken City Code, Chapter 115, Health and Sanitary Code, Section 115-15, COVID-19 regulations.
We have no members of the, we had a lot of members of the public. Motion to close public portion.
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council President?
You got 1 minute. We had too much talking on this. Yes.
Thank you, Council President. One of the questions that was raised about this had to do with whether it was raised by Josh Alban, a Fifth Ward resident, asked about whether we could have an interim step of handing out masks. And I wanted to ask Director Freeman about COVID-19 task force. My understanding is that they were formed a few weeks ago and they've been handing out approximately 500 masks a day for a while. Maybe you could just speak to that first, Director.
Sure, Councilman. On July 31st was the first day that the task force was in effect. It's made up of a number of department employees, including the police department, the fire department, environmental services, human services, zoning, and HPU. A number of employees are deployed or either reassigned or deployed on overtime to cover sort of the high impact areas, the waterfront, our parks. On evenings, we have Class 2 officers out giving out masks and reminding people to wear them around the bars and restaurants, as we're seeing that as a high trafficked area. And like Councilman Cohen said, they're giving out up to around 500 masks a night and reminding people to wear them. So that's been going on for the past around 3 weeks.
Okay.
The only day they were not out was the evening of Hurricane Isaias.
I have one question. Excuse me, Councilman, if I can interrupt you in regards to what Mr. Freeman said. So that would mean that they were given to people that were not wearing masks. So on an average, there are 500 people not wearing masks a night in Hoboken?
I would.
Or are they just giving them to anybody?
No, I would venture to say there's a lot more than 500 people. It's just how many that they've been giving out a night. So they're generally positioning themselves in high trafficked areas, and if they see people not wearing masks, they're reminding them to put them on. If they don't have one on them, they're giving one out.
Are they individually wrapped?
I believe so, yes.
Because I did see a code enforcement officer hand out one not wrapped in the dog run, and I actually told the person not to put it on.
I can get back to you on that. I'm not sure in the mechanism.
Yeah. I do love the idea though of mask ambassadors. Like truly have mask ambassadors who are like friendly people and they're passive and positive at the same time, as opposed to causing what we caused tonight. I think that's the route we should be going. But yes.
I agree.
Just to continue, another question that was raised had to do with the nature of the violations that were being talked about. This is really for Corporation Counsel. The question was, is this sort of a criminal a violation that we're talking about? Is it more akin to a traffic violation? Maybe you could just speak to what these fines would be and what the summonses, the nature of these summonses that we're talking about.
Sure, it's a city violation, so it's an ordinance violation. So that's not criminal. It would require, because it's you're imposing a fine of up to $250. That's up to the court, obviously, on whether or not someone is guilty of it, because there were issues with regard to that. But it's not it's an ordinance violation, so it's not a criminal violation. You don't have a criminal record.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. So, Council President, just like to say a few things about this. We obviously heard a lot from the public about this. I particularly want to thank, amongst all the other people who spoke, Councilman Suarez, Tony Tamarato, Clarence Pencil, for their remarks. I thought they were really helpful and thoughtful, and Josh Alvin, I appreciate what they all had to say. Some of the concerns that were raised related to the dollar amount of this fine, and I just want to say, as the person who's introducing this tonight, that if folks wanted to reduce the fine lower than $250, I'd be open to that. There was also discussion of a possibility that was raised by Leslie Howard of community service. If folks thought that it could be a lower fine or community service, I would also be open to that as well. Because the point of this ordinance is not to be confiscatory. It's not a revenue grab. It's about compliance. It's about education. The same way that the task force has been handing out 500 masks per night, except for the night of the storm, to people, that the idea here is to let people know that we're not just handing out masks to people, but we're also handing out notices that it's a warning that if you are a repeat offender, that you could face a financial consequence or perhaps community service as a result of this. I had just returned from vacation in Massachusetts, a state where there's $300 fines for non-compliance. and the place that we went was like 100%. It seemed like 100% compliance, that people were wearing the mask. I'm not saying the only reason people were compliant is because there was a risk of this, but there were not people running around handing out notices and warnings. There was just a culture of compliance in the places in Massachusetts that we were. And that culture of compliance is sadly lacking in Hoboken right now. And I'm particularly thinking, well, Hoboken is, the Ball administration in this city has been in the vanguard. We were one of the first communities to close down bars and restaurants. It was controversial at the time. A lot of people questioned whether we were going too far, too fast. And I think history has proven us right, that we did that in a way that protected the people who worked in those bars, the people who worked in those restaurants, the people who worked in our public schools. And we were aggressive about that. And looking back, I think we saved lives. I don't think there's any question about that. But what I've heard, and I know that all of us have probably heard this, I know I've heard it a great deal, that when we were prohibited from going inside of stores without masks, you see videos of ugly confrontations that have happened in other communities. That hasn't happened in Hoboken, because people have recognized that you can't go into the stores without protecting our essential workers. And part of that was because those were the rules. That's the way we enforced it in the supermarkets and the pharmacies and the essential services we provided. And there has been a culture of compliance indoors in our stores. But people have asked me a lot, what are we going to be doing about our outdoor spaces? And the answer has always been, we need to take our lead from Governor Murphy. We need to take our lead from the state. We can't, and we've talked about this in our council meetings, we can't be in front of the state with respect to these issues. We're limited to what we can do. Well, in July, Governor Murphy did act with respect to public spaces and outdoor spaces. And he set up the regime that is echoed in the ordinance that we're looking at tonight. But all it does is echo what it does. Governor Murphy left it to the localities to determine how to enforce it. So it comes to us. And Corporation Counsel, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it's my understanding that the mayor's administration cannot issue any warnings or any summons without this body, the governing body, acting. So we've heard a lot of the concerns about enforcement, but the truth is there's nothing to enforce unless this body acts. We cannot issue any summonses, we can't issue any notices, and unless this council acts. So we can talk about how best to enforce, and I think we're going to be leading a lot of this, the COVID-19 task force, because that's what they're doing. The same way they've been handing out masks for the last few weeks. They would be the ones who'd be dealing with education. They would be the ones who would be dealing with warnings. Mayor Bala has communicated with all of us this afternoon, indicating that there would be a period of warnings and continued education along with handing out face masks, and that fines would only issue as a last resort. I had an interesting encounter at Pier C. You're all familiar with it. It's the Island Park, where there's narrow walkways that go between the main tree-lined passageway, our beautiful promenade that goes on the southern end of our waterfront. And my wife and I were going for a nice walk coming back from Massachusetts and noticing how many people, as we've heard, are not wearing masks on our waterfront, noticing it. And one gentleman was off for a run. He was wearing nothing but shorts and running sneakers, no hat, no scarf, no mask, no nothing. And I held my wife back as we came to the point where the long walkway came joining Pier C's island with the main path. And I held her back so that this guy could run past us, because there was no way that we could walk up that path without having this unmasked jogger come past us. And as he did, I said to him, and I've never done this before, I said, wear a mask, to the guy as he passed us. He stopped, he confronted me, and he said something very interesting. He said, I don't have to wear a mask because I've been following what Mayor Bala said, and until the city acts on Wednesday night, I don't have to wear a mask, which is incredible to me that he was paying such close attention to the issue. And I told him that that was not the case, that Governor Murphy has ordered that, in fact, if you can't be socially distant, you do need to wear a mask. But there are people waiting for this council to act. This gentleman, John, was one of them. And the last thing he said to me when he ran away is that I have a lot of money. So there are people who are, you know, like daring us to act, you know, because they believe that they do not need to act unless we as leaders of the city act for them. And I'm thinking about people like Tony Tamarazza, people who are going through chemo right now, People like my mother-in-law, people, like my friend Lou, who told me he's got a pulmonary condition and he is afraid to leave his house, and he wants us to do what we can to help him. 67 years old. He's a great guy. He's afraid to leave his house. So I believe that if it's a dollar amount, if people feel that $250 is too much, we can lower it. If people feel that community service is the best way to get the message so that we can give out a warning in a way that's going to be persuasive to people, the goal here is compliance. The goal here is to save lives. Governor Murphy has been guided by best science, the best scientists, and he's done a great job guiding us for the state. But at this point, it's in this body's hands. Are we going to act to protect folks? And again, if there was no need to do it, we wouldn't need to do it. But I had a poll of we've talked about, we heard a bit about polls this week. I had a poll last week where I asked folks whether we should have this ordinance or not, whether $250 was the right amount, whether it should be higher or lower or not at all. 2/3 of the people who responded to my poll said that they thought that there should be a summons and there should be a fine that goes with it. And most of those people thought $250 was the right amount. We have over 3,000 people.
Phil, I'm sorry, but can you wrap it up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The people of Hoboken have spoken and they have asked for us to act. My constituents have asked for us to act. I think it's the right thing to do. Again, if people want to modify or amend this, I'm open to those kinds of amendments. But I think that this is a time for us to act. We've acted before. We've been proactive. We've been protecting our people in the state of pandemic. And I hope that we act that way tonight. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Doyle?
Yeah, how low can we go, Phil? I think, I don't think the community service is going to work. We'll have to drag people out of their houses, track them down for these issues. But I think a parking ticket in Hoboken is something that everyone tries to avoid, and it's not $250. And so I don't know that if it were $5, then obviously it would not be much of a disincentive. But if it's $50, I think, 75, 100, whatever. I don't know if others, what appetite the council has for this. I don't have a feel for it, but I think it seemed that a number of people felt that 250 was just outrageous, and in these economically difficult times, make it so that it hurts, but it's not as draconian. So I don't know if you and Councilwoman Jabor would just take the 200 off and make it 50, and that would be a simple fix. And we'll, I guess, have to vote. We may have to listen to 2 hours of people talking on September 2nd again. But anyway, I'm throwing that out there.
Hey, can I just make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Why don't you make it like a minimum and a maximum?
Why don't we just
The first offense, $50. The second offense, $150. Third offense, $250.
Well, since it's irrelevant if we vote on this, except for going back to first read, it would have to go back to first reading, right? If we're making.
Yeah, we could just vote on first reading tonight, in essence. Yes.
So, do you want to make an amendment, or do you want us just to vote on second reading?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman.
I would be open to accepting that as a friendly amendment.
Yes, Councilman Russo.
Thank you, Council
We
President.
can do a straw poll. So we.
I first I want to start by saying, number one, I'm a medical provider. I've lived my whole adult life in the world of science and medicine, and I 100% support the use of masks. However, I follow the science, I follow the stats, so I have some questions. What were the statistics out of the town in Massachusetts that this stemmed from? What was the compliance rate before? What was the compliance rate afterwards? Where did all this come from, and what were the statistics to back that up?
It's not a town, Councilman. It's the entire state of Massachusetts.
Oh, so this was a state issue?
The state mandated it.
Right. So kind of like what happened in New Jersey. We had a state mandate, correct?
The difference is New Jersey, they left it to the locality.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up again. Corporation Counsel, is that in fact the case? Because when I spoke to the chief of police, he seems to believe that his officers have every right to issue any kind of a summons currently without the city to acting.
So a couple things.
There's just a restriction that they would have to coordinate with the county prosecutor.
That's correct. So a couple of things. I was waiting to my turn, but thank you, Councilman. One is with regard to community service. Hoboken, my understanding, and actually the county itself, doesn't have a program. So community service, the program itself would have to be set up. I also don't recommend it because we are dealing with a pandemic. So have people come in and work with each other, not a good idea, in my opinion. With regard to the tickets, Councilman Russo, you are correct. My understanding of speaking to the chief is they cannot issue those tickets without permission. So it's a labyrinth that they have to go through. So it's a big, long process. In effect, for things like masks, they're not issuing tickets because it's just simply not going to happen because it's such the amount of work and the ability to go through it. And in most cases, they're told no. For those type of violations, they're more of education based. So the idea behind the ordinance was, again, to allow us to say, hey, this is out there. And again, as the mayor indicated today, my understanding was the task force would do education. Everybody would do education. But at the end of the day, if you're throwing your arms up in the air and that doesn't work, you'd have something like the parking ticket, even though it's way more expensive than a parking ticket. So, you decide the fine. I don't decide that.
So let me give you a hypothetical. So if someone is approached and they're asked to comply with a mask wearing, and they refuse to do that, what is the process of that? How would that happen with whomever it may be issuing that summons? So, for example, I come up to you, Corporation Counsel, and I say, well, you're not wearing your mask. You need to put one on. And you refuse. What's my next step as that person who is issuing the summons? Do I ask for your identification?
You would call, it depends on who it was. So if it was one of the law enforcement officers, they could issue the ticket, obviously. Right. But one of those other individuals, my understanding was, because again, we don't have the ordinance, so I don't know that the exact procedure has been set out, is a law enforcement officer would then be called to the scene.
So we would have to get a law enforcement officer to the scene. So when I spoke to the chief, I asked him point blank how much involvement he would have in enforcing a mask wearing ordinance in the city of Hoboken. And his response was simply minimal. So he, and again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I know he did have that quote in one of the local reports that they would minimally be involved. Well, so my concern is if we're calling officers to the scene anyway, why do we have a second layer? Why do we have a individual, a city employee? Because my concern is that the employee gets ignored or gets approached in a aggressive way, where now we have another police officer that has to come to the scene. Well, why do we have a second layer?
So there's two things with that. When I said a law enforcement officer, I was more referring to like a class 2, like not a police officer armed with a gun. Yeah. But right now,
who carries a gun?
Told, at least I was only at one meeting with the task force, but they've been told to educate, and if they get some type of unnaturally nasty reaction or to immediately de-escalate and kind of go away, go to the next person type of thing, because you're trying to educate people. You don't want that confrontation. So they have been directed and I believe have been trained to de-escalate and move on to the next person.
So if someone's not willing to do it and it's the law, we're going to tell them it's okay if they choose not to.
No, I'm not saying that because right now it's not the law.
No, if it were,
it is. We're talking about enforcement portions of it, but it is the law.
If it is the law and I'm the enforcement agent and I go up to someone and they're being aggressive with me, it's what I'm supposed to do is just walk away from the situation.
No. I'm talking about currently right now. When you pass this ordinance, there will be the ability to revisit it and determine when and if summons or ordinance violation should be issued.
So let me ask you this question, and this is more specific to your office. If in fact that violation is issued, how are the prosecutors going to then prosecute that when it comes to the court? How are they going to determine what socially distant distance is? How are they going to determine what proper mask wearing would be? How is that going to happen?
Well, it's the same as any other ticket. So you would have whoever issued the ticket would be your witness. The same way that, like in a normal situation, you have police officers witness, building code officials witnesses. They'll come in and say what they saw and why they issued the ticket. And then the defendant would be able to say, well, here's my side of the story. Mm-hmm. I wasn't wearing it because of this reason. I have a health reason, whatever their excuse is, or whatever the defense is, or it's unconstitutional. That's what they would say. And then the judge would make a ruling. And then they have the ability to appeal that.
I have a question.
System.
By all means, go ahead.
Yes, Councilman Ramos.
I just have a similar question to what Councilman Russo's going on here. The governor's mandate right now is for egregious offenses and where social distancing is not happening. That's when they're going to issue the fine. Will this ordinance carry that same directive, or will this go into, like one of the speakers said earlier, like stopping joggers and stopping maybe two people walking side by side? I know it doesn't, but that's one of the fears the public has.
Well, foremost joggers, even under the, when I say
egregious
ordinance,
social distancing not taking place.
Yeah, our ordinance is the exact same as the governor's. So the only thing we're doing is making an ordinance that codifies what the governor said. We're not allowed to change anything. So the governor's exceptions, aerobic and anaerobic activity is an exception. So you don't have to wear a mask.
Yeah. Exactly. So I don't understand the whole point of this exercise tonight. Is my point. Right. Everything, we can't do anything other as far as enforcement goes than what the governor says.
That's correct. So, but if we have the ordinance, as we've indicated,
officers are allowed to do that. But it has the extra layer. The reason it has the extra layer to go to prosecutors. No. My point is this: the reason it has the extra layer of going to the prosecutor's office before you get the enforcement. I believe Chief Ferranti said they've gone to this. They've issued 3 tickets, I believe.
Not for masks, for other ones.
Yes. It is because you want to have that extra layer. So when the individual goes to court, you've already gone through this entire process where you almost already know that they were guilty of social distancing not taking place, as opposed to just a construction code official or one of our local officials going through that process. That's why they needed that extra layer there. Even the governor said it's difficult for local law enforcement to enforce, right? And for individuals not social distancing at a bar on Washington Street, they have to do it there. But sitting down is fine, not wearing a mask. But people that are walking by is not walking by a restaurant. So that's where the lack of it. Even the governor said, I don't know how we're going to enforce this in certain instances. But that's why we're putting this extra layer. It's for seeing in Alpine, New Jersey, huge house parties, or in Freehold that had a huge house party. And those instances of social distancing not taking place without masks. I think in this one, I think it's just a little bit of overreach on our part. I'm pro-mask wearing. Trust me, I wear a mask I leave my house out of mask, I get the heebie-jeebies, I run right back in. So,
I think you wear goggles.
Yeah, so I gear up. I have a compromised immune system as a cancer survivor. I understand the importance of it for myself. If it gives me a 5% chance of not catching COVID, I'll do it. If some people don't feel that way, I do. But as far as the enforcement portion of this, we're putting our police officers, the people that would enforce this, in a very difficult position that I don't want to put them in. And that's my concern.
I would just add, if I could just add to what Councilman Ramos was saying about Chief Ferranti. I mean, Chief Ferranti let us know that the state, I'm going to get this wrong, but the state police chiefs have actually reached out to the governor's office to actually get them to not have to go through the county prosecutors. And that has been rejected. And the surmise is because the governor's office actually does not want the police effectively going and issuing summonses, just to the average person. This is really meant to have this extra layer for specific infringements and not meant to be used on an everyday basis. So like if the task force can already go out, it's already been doing it and can educate. I think this extra layer actually is inconsistent with what the state is trying to achieve. It's inconsistent with what our numbers currently show. And I'm all for like all the education, but it just, it doesn't it feels like a heavy hand in a community that doesn't want a heavy hand. I had different results, pollish, or question results than Councilman Cohen mentioned. I mean, it was like almost unanimous. 90% of the people that reached out to me, and it was a lot, it's between 60 and 70 at this point, 90% of them said this is just not right for Hoboken.
Council President?
I'm sorry.
Just a couple points in terms of who's involved with this task force. I really think, actually, the folks that were selected, from my understanding, and Director Freeman, correct me if I'm wrong, have been engaging in training about how to work with the public, and in fact, probably already are doing so. If a number of them are from the parking utility, I have to imagine the process around issuing these summonses is probably quite similar to issuing a parking ticket. Would you say that, Director Freeman?
I would
No.
disagree. I would disagree. 100%.
I mean, just and someone who talks a lot of parking utility employees, when they give out parking tickets, their interaction with the
We lost
public
Ruben.
isn't very friendly most of the time. So they have a.
All right, writing a ticket is never a friendly.
Right. Our current Hoboken Public Utility employees get into many confrontations with members of the public when they're issuing regular parking tickets, let alone a mass ticket as well. So we're really putting them in a real difficult spot that I wouldn't want to put them in.
Councilwoman Jabour, I'm sorry, you were saying?
Sure. Director Freeman, could you just give us a little more detail in terms of the training involved and who's part of this task force?
The task force is made up of, and it was kind of handpicked based on some of the concerns that Councilman Ramos just had about different interactions and different employee personalities. But it's made up of the police department, fire department, members of environmental services, human services in the rec department, our zoning officers, the Hoboken Parking Utility, and our micromobility officers are involved as well.
And this is overtime pay that they receive that will get COVID expense?
Does anyone get a stipend?
No. This is all related to they are either repurposed for their normal time, or if they're working extra time, they are receiving COVID overtime for this.
Director, are they educated in the exceptions as far as aerobic and anaerobic exercise?
Yes, we went through Corporation Council back in the late of July, put together like I wouldn't call it best practices, but like the do's and don'ts type of thing for our enforcement officers.
And this is just this is more of a statement than a question, but do you know what the single most prescribed aerobic exercise that I prescribe on a daily basis is?
Walking.
I mean,
they walk and maintain 6 feet, and there's no issue.
Regardless, they don't have to maintain any feet. It's an exception, right? I mean, the reality is, and I understand the intent, right? So none of us, not one person in this country or beyond, should ever put a political position in front of health and safety of themselves or anyone else, right? However, from a national level all the way down to a local level, that's exactly what's happening all the time here. And this, for me, it has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with just the way we're going to be able to handle this. I think it would be such a waste of resources for us to try to prosecute somebody if, in fact, we did issue a summons. I'd much rather take those resources and do what we're already doing. Have those people out on the street giving out masks, educating people as they're walking by. Like that, I think, is a really good approach to this. I just don't, when Councilman Cohen said, he's open to reducing the dollar amount. Well, reduce it to zero and do everything that we're doing anyway. Right?
But it's not enough. Have you walked around in the evening and seen the difference between mask wearing in the evening versus in the mornings around the city?
I do, and I don't think this.
I don't need a poll to tell me that.
But I don't think this changes it at all, and that's my concern. I think the people who are going to wear masks are going to wear them, and the people who aren't just aren't. And then we're going to have to go and prosecute those people, and that becomes a burden.
Some of us made a simple request to use PA systems just to remind people to wear masks and social distance, and that was rejected. So, let's, Council President, we can just call a vote. We could.
I will.
Circles.
Mr. Farina, call the vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Mr. Fusco,
No.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mr. Doyle.
He said yes.
Okay. Mrs. Falco,
No.
Ms. Fisher,
No.
Mrs. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos,
No.
Mr. Russo,
No.
President Giantino.
No.
Okay, that's the end of that. All right, and now we're up to miscellaneous licenses. Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Mr. Falco, Fusco, sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mrs. Falco,
Yes.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mr. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos, Mr. Russo.
Aye.
Report from the tax collector.
Forgot me. Yes.
Oh, Mrs. I'm sorry,
That's
President.
okay. Yes.
I put you in there anyway. Okay. Report from the tax collector for the month of July 2020, $22,593,926.38. Abatement total $7,857.44. Report from the municipal court for the month of July, $333,711.71. Payrolls for the month of July 29, 2020. Payroll $1,671,798.09. Overtime pay $66,318.97. Other pay $193,667.20 for a total of $1,931,793.26. For the month of August 12th, 2020, payroll $1,681,321.51. Overtime pay $535.36. Other pay $189,198.34 for a total of $1,952,055.21.
Council members on payroll?
You know, we got to go back. I skipped the claims. All right.
I saw that, but we'll do payroll first.
All
Council
right.
members on payroll? Mr. Farina, call the vote?
Mr. Cohen,
Aye.
Mr. Fusco,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mrs. Falco,
Yes.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos,
Aye.
Mr. Russo,
Aye.
President Giantino.
Yes.
Claims total for this agenda, $3,486,712.68.
I have a different number.
There was a last minute change. Jerry had sent it earlier today.
Okay. Council members on claims? Mr. Farina, call the vote?
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Fusco,
Yes.
Mr. Doyle,
Aye.
Mrs. Falco,
Yes.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos,
Aye.
Mr. Russo,
No.
President Giantino.
Yes.
Resolutions.
Just really quickly, Chris Brown, Director Brown.
Hi, hello. Council
CD
President.
9 and 10.
Yeah, CD9.
CD 9 and 10, yes.
It's
Would
the
you like-
Jackson Street, the apartment, the workforce housing apartment that,
It was raised in public comment.
Yeah,
Right.
would you like are you looking for an explanation on the?
Quick one.
Sure. The quickest way to explain it is the unit's been vacant for over 5 years due to a previous owner causing extensive damage to the unit. The unit was created through a redevelopment agreement.
Yep. We all know
law-
that part. I think I'll just ask the question. So I recall that the unit did go to a sheriff's sale, and then I thought the condo association ended up buying the unit back.
Mhm.
So
That's correct.
why are we paying for the?
So the condo association over the past 5+ years of the unit being vacant has lost out on a pretty sizable amount of maintenance fees. The bank has also lost out on unpaid mortgage payments. They've recently, to my knowledge and understanding, they've recently come up with a deal where the condo association will be, given some amount of money by the bank for those, pretty sizable amount of unpaid maintenance fees. And having the city do repairs on the unit to be able to sell it to a qualified buyer is part of that deal. The reason why we haven't, the unit is deed restricted with workforce housing restrictions. So only a qualified buyer that's making 120% of median household income.
Right, but we allowed 800 Jackson Condo Association to buy it, right?
We allowed them to buy the unit, and we allowed them
to buy it at a discounted price because it was a workforce housing unit. They didn't pay market rate.
Yeah, it was they paid they paid whatever workforce housing.
Yeah, that's a little. If I could jump in, I'm sorry, Director.
Yeah.
At the sheriff's sale, they purchased it for whatever the price was. But what we did was we allowed them to rent that unit at market rent to make up for the loss in revenue for condo association dues.
Correct.
The reality is that because the repairs never happened, they were unable to rent that unit. So at one point, I think it was almost 2 years at this point now, we as a city council allowed or agreed to the repairs so that they could then make or rent the unit to try to recoup some funding. That had never happened. We never
I don't think Mike, I don't think or Councilman, I don't think we approved it, right? Because that came up right before the election and the condo association had made a contribution. They had made a contribution to the mayor. And so we were suddenly in a situation where we couldn't contract with them. I don't know that we ever gave them that approval.
I think what was discussed previously was the city would have given the condo association a grant for the repairs of the unit, and I think that we came into this issue that you're referring to, Councilwoman, where the city is giving a grant to a particular condo association. I mean, that's another path. I think that we ran into like pitfalls, but in this instance, we're actually paying the contractor directly to make those repairs. And to Councilman Russo's point,
it's just a go around.
But to Councilman Russo's point, we allowed the condo association to rent the unit at market rate for a year. And
I think though, when we did that was, now it's starting to come back to me. We said like, yes, you can renovate it, but there was going to be a cost associated with the renovation and the money that they lost. So we said, you can rent it at market rate after that.
Mm-hmm.
But
until
they didn't renovate.
Right. So why
they money back? So they didn't.
Isn't there something that says, don't we have to approve?
Councilwoman Fisher, Councilman Doyle, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, I just said, so why are we helping them out? We already helped them out. And
Yeah, that's my point.
So I think that what it really boils down to is with the policy decision on this unit. If we want to, this has been sitting vacant for over 5 years. We gave them the opportunity to rent it at market rate for a considerable period of time, and then use that money to then to renovate the unit and recoup the losses that they would have made. That when it went out to, I'm just going to say when it went to market, or when they looked at it practically, it didn't make sense, and that's what has been relayed to me. So I think that our options are, and we've discussed this as a subcommittee over a number of meetings, years. Do we lift the workforce housing restrictions, sell it at market rate? Do we buy it? Do we as a city buy the unit and then rent it at workforce housing rates? I mean, there's a number of different options. The option that we have today is paying for the repairs. We are in the process right now with our administrative agent to find a qualified buyer. We opened up a workforce housing waiting list earlier this year. So we do have a number of, or we have had a number of interested buyers over the months, but it's been hard to market the unit because of the extensive damage that exists. So it's been a policy decision, and this is one of the policies that I think has come out of the subcommittee, and that's kind of where we are.
Do we have to approve though?
I'm sorry. Why aren't we just fixing all the apartments in the HHA? Why isn't that a policy decision?
Exactly.
We
that was my next point. Thank you, Council President.
So yeah, that's something we could discuss also. I mean, we passed a development fee ordinance last year, and we've been trying to effectuate a spending plan that would allow us to do rehab throughout the city. We have $786,000 in our capital fund to do affordable housing and workforce housing projects. So
But we're giving in this instance, this is saying we are giving $60,000. The city of Hoboken taxpayers are giving $60,000 worth of value to a private condo owner. Don't we have to have a resolution that even approves doing that? Not just approving this bid, but actually approves us handing $60,000 over to a private property owner?
So the contract is not with the condo owner. The contract is with the contract
association.
Wait, I would like to say, can I say as chair of the Affordable Housing Committee that we have a meeting tomorrow. So can we just pull this and we can discuss this for further discussion, and if need be, we can move it to September.
CD9 and CD10 are going to committee.
Okay.
And okay.
What else you got?
CD8 is removed.
Where is
Council President?
Yep.
CD9 is a rejection of the original bid. I think we should do that anyway.
Yeah.
We should do that. Thank you.
Get that one off docket, and then we'll discuss CD10 in committee and move it.
But CD8's coming off the agenda.
Yes, and then
CD8's being removed. You said
Yeah, altogether. Yes, no action. CD8's removed. Withdrawn, I should say.
is anyone? We're not discussing anything. This is perfect. So
Is
everything.
CD4 pulled as well?
No, we're going to vote on CD9.
No, we could just do it on consent, even though we.
Okay, all right.
Is it
Council
CD9 or
President?
CD8?
CD4 has been removed from the
We
agenda.
removed that, correct? Okay, just making sure.
I'm sorry.
And what about CD6? I have a question about CD6.
Which
Are we pulling? We
you
pulled
wanna
already?
pull it?
We're not pulling anything?
No, just you.
What's
He's
your
just the only one.
Just you.
Shut up.
$5,000, no pressure.
Okay, so
You want to know about the innovation piece?
No, CD9's on a consent agenda, right?
Yeah, vote on consent first.
Yes.
okay.
No, just go, Vanessa. Just what's your question on?
I thought that we approved something already for this feasibility study. Like, why is this?
So we approved the contract some months ago for the professional. I think it was like a $99,000 contract based. We received $100,000 from the EDA to prepare the innovation feasibility study, as the backup to the resolution we'll speak to, reimbursables were. We thought the reimbursables were included in that expense. They made the point that reimbursables were not, and they pointed to a number of things that have exceeded their contract, which is data analytical services, travel, and professional renderings, which accounts for the 5,000. Of that 5,000, what's the number? 692 or 600 and some amount actually gets covered by the grant. So it's really 4,000 and change that's that the city will be paying for those reimbursables.
And where is the study?
The study is this study is in final phase. We should be getting a final work product within the next few days, and we're going to be working with the professional to put together a community meeting where the study would be presented to the public.
Okay.
Bless you. And just to confirm, Mr. Farina, T1
Yes.
has been removed from the agenda as well.
Right.
Okay. Please call vote on the consent agenda.
Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Fusco.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle.
Aye.
Mrs. Falco.
Yes, except public safety 1, whatever that is, the Stevens thing.
Ms. Fisher.
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour.
Yes.
Mr. Ramos.
Aye.
Mr. Russo.
No on A1, yes on the rest.
What was that again?
No
Oh,
on
on A1.
A1.
All right. No, A1. Okay, ordinance for introduction. An ordinance of the City of Hoboken and the County of Hudson, State of New Jersey, amending and supplementing the City Code, Chapter 168, entitled
Yeah,
Streets.
Mr. Farina, I didn't vote again.
What's that?
I didn't vote again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got your. Oh no, I put you in Russell's. I'm sorry, President Giantino.
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance for introduction of the City of Hoboken, the County of Hudson, State of New Jersey, amending, supplementing the City Code, Chapter 168, entitled Streets and Sidewalks by adding Article 12 entitled Municipal Right-of-Way and Public Grounds.
Please call the vote, Mr. Farina.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle? Mrs. Falco?
He's frozen.
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Giantino?
Yes.
And Councilman Doyle.
Ordinance, okay. I got you. Okay.
Thanks.
Ordinance for introduction, amending the Hoboken Municipal Code, Chapter 168A, Streets and Sidewalks, Supplemental, and 68A, Alcohol Beverages, Temporary Provisions in order to extend all relevant dates for outdoor occupancy and outdoor consumption of alcohol at sidewalk cafes and streeteries and parklets to 2021.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Mrs. Falco?
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
And President Giantino.
Yes.
And what about me, Jim?
I missed you? Oh, and I missed Mr. Russo.
Aye.
You're right in front of him.
We planned that.
New business, new business.
I have a question for Corporation Counsel. Did you get any were you able to find any information on hazard pay? And if in fact,
Mike Russo's getting it.
if in fact the administration will be taking the direction of providing hazard pay for the employees that worked during COVID?
What we could tell, hazard pay is not reimbursable at this point in time for COVID. That was your question.
But I don't.
Sorry, Russell, you're out.
Council President.
Yes.
I can't believe you.
I'm gonna make it quick. Corporation Counsel, if I could ask you to look into the easement for the roadway coming off of the Amazon warehouse. We're having a major issue down in the ward where those delivery drivers are coming through and kind of speeding through. And it's kind of like a double easement almost, where one property owner owns the road and then it comes out into the public street. So there's some easements that are involved there, and I could pick up with you offline. But if Amazon's not willing to work with us to really solve this issue, I want to potentially remove the easement and allowing that roadway. And then second, and Councilman DeFusco, I'd like you to kind of chime in offline as well. I'm getting a ton of complaints about the waterfront and vendors that are just kind of sitting up on the waterfront and, just to all hours of the night. I want to see if there's a way that we could potentially ban them. If not ban them, maybe create some kiosks. And I know Councilman DeFusco has been talking about this for a long time, so it kind of parlays into that. But creating those kiosks along the waterfront walkway so that those vendors would have to come through the city and apply for use of those kiosks. So those are two things that I would love to have you research, and then we could hook up offline.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam President?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ramos.
All right. I'd like to just, if we can have I don't know if we did it earlier. I was in that council meeting. I apologize for that, members of the public and members of the council, but various issues going on in the House tonight. But, I'm not sure if we did it. Moment of silence for Coach Taglieri. He was my stepdaughter's 7th grade teacher at Brand School. He was a good family man, great teacher, obviously great coach, great mentor to a lot of people. And I know he's going to be certainly missed by a lot of Hoboken residents, not just Hoboken residents. He had a great reputation throughout the state of New Jersey. He was just a good all-around person. And so if we could have a moment of silence for Coach Tag, I'd appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else will.
Thank you.
Amen.
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 Thank you,
Rube.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. And one more issue while we're on schools. I know my school district has chosen to go virtual to November 1st. I know many other districts in the state of New Jersey have chosen to do a virtual or hybrid model. I know Hoboken has chosen to go 5 days a week, also with before and after care, I believe, if I'm correct on that.
They just made an announcement tonight, actually.
Oh, did they? I did not see that. What they changed to?
So the superintendent of schools has announced that school will not formally start until, I believe it's Monday, the 14th of September, and that week will be entirely virtual. So the first date that there will actually be in-person instruction for the Hoboken district would be Monday, the 21st of September. And that gives the teachers additional time to prepare for coursework with the invocation. And there were some additional details. Dr. Johnson just put it out in an announcement. I think the link is on the district webpage.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate that.
During the course of tonight's meeting.
I'll look at that. I have concerns from a lot of parents and teachers about going back under and making sure they didn't feel everything was where it should be at that point. Or my district is, and a lot of districts aren't prepared to go back full bore, like 100% capacity. So I appreciate that.
I know there have been some ongoing conversations, I know, between the administration and how they can be supportive of the district, as well as the heads of the charter schools about how to proceed. I mean, I think everybody's trying to do the best they can with the best information they have.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the announcement tonight just indicates this is a constantly changing landscape, and I think everyone's trying to do the best they can. So that's where we are.
It's a moving target, at this point. If we can't eat indoors, how are you going to have 100% capacity inside our schools? So thank you, Councilwoman, for the additional information.
Thank
That's
you.
it, Council. Thank you.
Motion.
Oh, I have one more thing.
Motion to close.
No. I'd like to invite the council and youth of the public, in the public, to our police and youth bike ride that is going to be next Wednesday, August 26th. We will be meeting, and I'll send a flyer out to you all. We will be meeting on the corner of 5th and Jackson. And there are a lot of council members that ride bikes, so please join us. It will be at 6 p.m. and I hope to see you. And it's for, the ages are like middle school age, so we'll say like 5th grade to 9th grade. Yeah.
Can they use e-bikes?
Only if they're their own.
Yeah. I don't want to.
You're not on the sidewalks.
So all the council members who are either in 6th through 9th grade can participate, you're saying?
Just the youth that age, you are able to participate yourself. So I will send you something tomorrow, and then just let me know if you'd like to join us.
When is it? I'm sorry, Vanessa.
It's next Wednesday. at 6 p.m.
Great.
Did you say you?
You?
Ute.
Is that what I said? Ute?
A couple of people got it. My
Great
cousin
movie,
Vinny.
2 Utes.
My cousin Vinny. Did you
Classic.
say you?
Motion to close.
Motion.
Motion, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, God.
It doesn't sound like him.
No.